It is 7 p.m. This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting from Monday, May 18th, 2026. Everyone please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up, we have a proclamation from Councilor Faber. Dave.
Sorry. So, proclamation in honor of National Public Works Week. It's rooted in service, powered by community. Whereas public works professionals provide essential services that support the health, safety, resilience, and quality of life of the residents, businesses, and visitors of the town of Londonderry. And whereas the Londonderry Department of Public Works is responsible for maintaining and improving critical infrastructure, including roads, drainage systems, public facilities, solid waste, and recycling services, fleet operations, and other services vital to the daily operations of the community. And whereas these services could not be provided without the dedication and skill of the employees of the Londonderry Department of Public Works, who work throughout the year to protect public safety, preserve public assets, and support the continued growth and well-being of the town. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, civic leaders, and youth in Londonderry to recognize the importance of public works services and to understand the role public works professionals play in building and maintaining a strong and sustainable community. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Londonderry Town Council that May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 is National Public Works Week. We encourage all residents to join in recognizing and thanking the employees of the Londonderry Department of Public Works for their service and substantial contributions to the health, safety, and quality of life of our community. Thank you.
Thank you for all you and your department does.
Thank you very much. I just have some brief comments, and I made notes that I would stay brief for you. So thank you, Mr. Chair, Town Council, Mr. Town Manager, for acknowledgement of National Public Works Week. This year's theme, as you just proclaimed, is rooted in service, powered by the community. We are a very small department that maintains a 365-day-a-year, 24-hour-day emergency operation, although we're only open Monday through Friday for 40 hours a week. And we're a very small department, as I said, for a community of our size. We're comprised of myself and a deputy director, 2 engineers, 2 admins, and then a labor force of 13. So that's 19 hardworking, dedicated employees that you have serving for you. And I could go on and on all about the work that they do. For those of you that know me, I'm very passionate about that and proclaiming how hard that they all work and what we do and the service we provide. And if that's not enough, you can go on our Facebook feed and check it out. I keep everybody up to speed on what we're doing, if nothing else. So I just wanted to kind of personalize us a little bit with the theme itself. Just again, that we are, if we're not rooted in service, we are certainly entrenched in it. And we are powered by the community, but we're also members of the community as well. And so when you're trying to, we don't have a second shift, we don't have a third shift, we don't have additional, people that are off duty, whatever, that we could call in. So it's really up to all of us. And so some of the things that I'd like to just kind of personalize our staff a little bit, and this is just a short list, but our chief mechanic, Jim Gazowski, and his wife, Kara, just returned home from their vacation last week, celebrating their 10-year anniversary last week. My son proudly graduated Saturday from Fitchburg State University with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and aspiring to hopefully be a Londonderry police officer someday, or anywhere for that matter. Ricky Robichaux, our buildings and grounds foreman, his wife Ann, they have been building their final forever home, I am told, over the 10th snowiest winter, and so he's been balancing work life with that. Difficult stuff like John Masana, one of our equipment operators, his wife Kayla, did a very telling interview on WMUR in association with the American Heart Association to bring awareness to a rare form of heart disease called polymorphic VT. which she and their young family have been dealing with and coping with for many years now. So if you ever want to look that up, and I'd like to bring awareness to things like that. One of our operators, Nate Sullivan, proudly purchased his first home with his fiance. And so during one of our many long events, taking pride in new home ownership, he was actually had to call and explain to his wife one night how to start the snowblower and run it herself and what it takes to do that. And I was just kind of telling, these are the things that our families need to deal with. They're really sometimes at work while we're at work, dealing with all those things. And proudly, Tom Campbell, one of our newest hires, him and his wife announced the birth of their daughter, Kaylin Campbell, last Thursday. She is a healthy 7.3 pounds and 20-inch baby, so that was a very exciting thing for our extended Londonderry family. And today marks the first day of Don Boyer's career with the Londonderry DPW, and now we are once again fully staffed. We are fully staffed. Let's keep it that way. So that's, again, just a small glimpse into, we're all humans too. Everybody's got a lot going on in life, and but we work hard to make sure that those services don't suffer, and sometimes that's at our own great personal expense. But again, thank you once again for all of your support, other boards as well, community members, leadership, volunteers, organizations within town. We truly appreciate it. We help where we can. If we don't know how to or a way to get things done, we'll think about it, we'll resource, and we'll do the best we can with what we've got. So thank you once again. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Chair, with Mr. Wally going over the DPW department, I think it would probably be the right timing for our resolution of 2026-04 on recognition of Lorona Paloma for her dedicated service to the town of Londonderry as she is retiring as she worked for the Department of Public Works. So I thought I'd go over this real quickly. Whereas Lorona has faithfully served the town of Londonderry as a department assistant in the building department for 11 years, demonstrating professionalism, dedication, and commitment in the performance of her duties. And whereas throughout her tenure with the town, Lorna contributed significantly to the delivery of quality public service and the continued success of the town's operations and programs. And whereas Lorna earned the respect and appreciation of colleagues, elected officials, and residents through her integrity, teamwork, leadership, and commitment to the community. And whereas the town of Londonderry is grateful for Lorna's years of service and the positive impact she made on the organization and the community as a whole. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Town Council and the Town of Londonderry hereby extends its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Lorna Paloma for her dedicated service to the town and wishes her continued success, happiness, and fulfillment in her future endeavors. Thank you for your time and service to the town.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you to all Public Works. Really appreciate it. Open public comment. Good evening, sir.
Hi, Dave Ellis, Wilshire Drive. I wasn't going to speak, but I do have a piece of information or comment about the DPW that you might not realise. You know my background is such that mathematics is deeply embedded in it. Back when we had our snowstorm, there was either a letter in the Londonderry Times or it may have been a short article saying how much road the DPW had to clear of snow. That tweaked me, and I did a little calculation. If all that snow had been placed out here in that parking lot, you would have had a tower 400 feet high.
Wow. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good evening, sir.
Dennis Martin, 182 Pillsbury Road, Londonderry, New Hampshire. You probably guys know why I'm here. I'm here about the Veterans Tax Credit that we never got last year. I wanted a direct question to go to the town manager. Are we getting it before this tax bill comes out? I want a direct answer. I have not gotten a direct answer from anybody if we're getting it this year.
Okay.
The disabled.
Is that a question, sir, you can answer right now? or you-
Already did last meeting.
Okay.
What was it? I didn't hear. What was the answer?
Yes, you will get it this year.
When? For this tax?
Yes.
This tax bill that comes out? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Good evening, sir. How are you today?
Man, my age, I'm remarkable. Thank
excellent.
you for asking. My name is Bruce Marinelli. I live at 19 Pumpkin Patch Way in Londonderry, and I'm new to the area, about 3.5 years, and I find myself in a very unhappy situation. I'm going to have to move out of Cross Farms taxes. I can't afford $12,000 a year plus for taxes. My question is, can council do anything to help senior citizens lower their taxes to something that's more affordable? Otherwise, I have to move from Londonderry, and I like it here.
Yeah.
Since I've been here, it's convenient, it's localized for me, but I can't sustain $12,000 a year, and God knows what it's going to go up in the following years. I don't know how many other seniors are in this situation, but I'll take part of the responsibility for when I moved up here and not fully investigating what the tax base was. And I knew the cost of living was a little more expensive than where I came from, but the taxes are just, unsustainable for me. So if there's something that the board can do to lower taxes for senior citizens to help me stay in the area, I would greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Sir, had you looked into there's a senior program for taxes in town?
Yes.
Have you looked into that further?
My pension and everything else, they tell me it's
It doesn't qualify?
just over, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure you were aware of the program.
I'm aware of it, but that still wouldn't help.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Richard Belinsky, 89 Hall Road. I'll start with this one. I'll do the other one at the end. So I see tonight that you have under the consent items, payroll change form for the town clerk. I've talked to a couple of councils, and you guys didn't put this on there. Why do we have something like that that needs to be discussed under a consent item to begin with? That should be an agenda item. It should be something that's done by the town council, because that's the way it's supposed to be done. I believe this was put on by the town manager. He has no authority to put it on there. He can mention to you guys that it's due. So why is it there? Why isn't it something where you have multiple items, you just vote on all of them as a unit? This looks like it's another power play like we had done with the tax collector. And that wasn't done right either. Does anybody know what the law says and what you're supposed to do? Because this shouldn't be this way.
I do not, Richard, but I will find out for you.
Okay, so as a follow-up on that, in March, people voted in benefits for the position of town clerk, the elected position, equal to those of other full-time employees. I don't believe the warrant article was legal the way it was worded. I've talked to the state. I looked up RSA 32:5, and there's no dollar amount that was placed on there. You either need to put a dollar amount, 20 grand, whatever, or so many cents per thousand. There's an appropriation to that warrant article, yet there's nothing showing the appropriation. All right? And quite frankly, I think it was done on purpose, because if you look at the budget for that position, it was like a $74,000 budget for that position because it had no benefits, and now it's like $138,000. So that's roughly $55,000 worth of benefits, and that number had been put in the warrant article, might have scared people off. Might have, might not have. So I question whether this was done correctly. I also got a call probably a month or so ago from a resident in this town, asked me if I'd ask this question. I haven't had time to look into it. But they say they called the state, and the state says you can't start something like this in the middle of an elected term. You can do it. You can do it if you put an appropriation and you show the appropriation, but you don't know who might have run for the position had they know they were getting full benefits. So that's something I think you need to look into and get those answers for those two questions. Not in a month or 5 months or 6 months or never kick the can down the road. You need to get the answers to those. Because quite frankly, if you did need an appropriation, you didn't have one, so that would void the ballot, even though it passed. I, for one, didn't vote for it because there was no appropriation attached to it. What am I voting for? All right? So I'd like to see that taken care of before you do anything. As far as the position, and let me know when I'm getting close to my time. This is another one with a 15.35% increase. If you go from 71,780 to 82,804, as proposed on this pay change sheet that was part of the packet. And that's something I find funny too. This pay change sheet, which is a public document, so that's not a problem. But when you 91A this town to try to get those, they tell you can't have them. Or they give you a hard time about it, or it takes months to get it. Obviously, it's a public document. You included it in the packet for tonight, which is fine, because it should be there. All right, and this isn't down as this is down as other. It's not down as a merit increase, a step increase, or any of that. So did you guys do this? Or was this from the town manager? Because again, if it was from the town manager, as far as I'm concerned, he's overstepping his bounds because the town clerk is
20
not
seconds.
an employee. They're an elected official, and he has no jurisdiction over them.
Thank you, Richard.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to address something, Mr. Belinsky. Mr. Belinsky, just so you're aware, if you watch the budget hearings, I did bring that up, that the dollar amount should be on the warrant article, but it got voted down by the council.
Okay, thank you.
All right? It was not by the town manager, it was by the council.
Good evening, sir.
Jason Knights, 9 Hall Road. For those of you that read my email from last week, you probably know why I'm here. Living in the north end of town is turning into just nonstop drag racing, burnouts, street takeovers, hours on end. Went on for 4 hours Saturday. Cops probably showed up because they stopped doing it, and 15 minutes later they were back. Did it for another hour, hour and a half. It's just, this is 3 freaking years that this has been going on. Nobody seems to do anything about it. There doesn't seem to be a priority to stop it. There doesn't seem to be any plan for it. It happens. If there's no snow on the ground, it happens. Anytime, if it's above 50 degrees, it happens. I accidentally followed those motorcycles into Manchester one day because they cut off in front of me on Harvey Road, did wheelies down Harvey Road, and then turned off around McLaughlin School in Manchester. I shouldn't be the one investigating this. This is freaking crazy. It is 3 years of this going on. I've lived here for 21 years. 18 years was great. Last 3 years has been complete hell. And it's the most heavily settled part of the town. And I don't know if we as a town have just decided, you know what, that's where all the development's taking place. 93's there, the airport's there, it's allowed. We'll just, we'll sacrifice that part of town and focus on the rest. But it sucks. It really, really sucks. And I want to play in the email I sent, I attached a couple recordings, but I want to play it for everyone here so that they can know what we're talking about. For the first 2.5 years, it was just motorcycles doing burnouts for hours on end. The end of last year, evidently the word got out to all the D-bags in the area that it's like a free fire zone in the north end of town. And now we get the tuners that sound like gunshots. And so hopefully this comes through. This was...
Just for reference for everyone, which road is this happening on?
I'm sorry. Any of the roads off of Harvey that are cul-de-sacs. Any of those industrial... Delta, Aviation Park. Not sure there's 2 others, right? Where Echo used to be, where Burndy is now, down to the one over down by the rail trail. So this was 3 Saturdays ago at 10:30 at night. This went on for, I just got the last 15 seconds. It had gone on for like 30 seconds before that. That was taken from inside my house at 10:30 at night. It sounds like the freaking Battle of Fallujah is going on by the airport. I know at least 2 people in my neighborhood that saw combat in Iraq. They must love waking up to that. I won't do the burnouts because I'm using my phone and you can barely hear it, but I will send it to you. But this one just happened last Friday at 11:09 at night. Oh. Technology, you know how it is. And this was about 20 seconds of it burning out before I was able to get to the kitchen. And then 3 minutes later, $11:30 at night. And this happens every weekend. And that goes on for another 30 seconds. This happens every weekend. And I've been up here, I've emailed you guys, I've called the police. I called the police on March 1st, and the dispatcher told me, well, there's not much we can do. And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, well, we can go up there and ask him to leave, but that's airport land, which is not true. That's airport land, so there's nothing we can do. And I said, I've lived here 20 years, and you're telling me we just have to live with this? And he said, basically. So I want to know tonight. I'm sick of the, we'll look into it. I'm sick of the, oh, that's too bad. I'm sick of the, oh, yeah, no, we realize it's an issue. I want to know what you guys are doing, right? I want to know, are you willing to dedicate resources to stopping this? Or do we, and if the answer is no, and you're just going to sacrifice the north end of town, just let us know, so that we don't get aggravated about the fact that, you know, there's seemingly firefights going on at 11 o'clock at night.
Can I say something too?
No. Yeah.
I'm in South Londonderry.
No, she has to come to the.
Oh, yeah, you have to come up to the mic. Just yeah. So what I'll do is I'll ask the town manager to look into this, get with the police chief, and have them report back to us and see what we can do about it. I know you've been here. I know you were here last year.
Yep.
And I think I remember them saying that they've sent patrols up there and they had some issues and they missed them. But we'll see what we can do a better job.
They place lookouts at the beginning of the road.
Yep.
So when the cop goes down, they're all just guys reading the Bible at the end of the road.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, I don't know if you put no loitering signs down at the bottom. Put temporary speed bumps, because I know we have this thing against speed bumps in the town. But like, do something.
So yeah, I think we have that flashing sign that maybe it could be repositioned. I also am willing to dedicate town dollars and resources. I think we should be able to we should do something for this, because yes, you've talked to me about this time and time again, and I would be sick of getting the same answer. So I want this solved.
Thank you.
I just want to go on the record here because I responded to your
You
email.
do. Yep.
Because for the last 8 years, I have been going to the Traffic Safety Committee saying the same thing. They shut their lights off at the top of Hardy, and they sit there and they drag down, go straight through the stop sign into the extension of Hardy. That's what was causing a lot of the accidents. No lights, 2 lanes. You're dead. I mean, you coming up the road, taking that turn, you're dead. I've brought it up. I feel your pain. I feel it so much that I put in a bill that didn't go anywhere up in Concord to, I know we can't stop other towns from that bop, 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 and then things, right? To have a noise ordinance that would say at least the people in the state can't have it, because it is ridiculous. I can't open my windows in the summer. I can't sit in my yard. I have to tell people, wait a minute. Okay, now you can talk. Because you can't hear anything. And then you couple it with, 93 roar all night. And
I'm used to that. I moved. There was 93 was already there. The airport was already there. You accept that that's the loudest part of town.
But they clear cut the trees, which cut a lot of the sound barriers. And then that made it even louder, that it's even worse. I just wanted to tell you, I do have compassion.
And I
do.
do.
have no idea what you can do.
You are
because
one of the
I've
few who
asked
responds to
and
my
asked
emails,
and
so I
asked,
appreciate it. Yes.
and it's very frustrating.
Yeah, I was having a barbecue last year, and my family, who's been coming to our house for 20 years, was like, what the hell is that? And I'm like, it's a street takeover that happens in the same place at the same time by the same people
every weekend, and nobody can seem to figure out how to
And
stop
it's
it.
louder in Londonderry. I have friends that live in Manchester. I've gone to barbecues over the house. It's quieter in Manchester than it is in Londonderry.
It's
I
clearly
came from
gotten out that
Revere.
this is the place to do
I
it.
came from Revere. It's quieter when I visit my friends in Revere than it is here.
So Jason, you have council support. We will look into it, and we'll get back
I
to
want
you.
to hear something back. Every time I get, we'll look
Yep.
into it, and it's unacceptable.
So
Jason
Jason
with the
said we'll look
Browns,
into it. On the next meeting on June 1st, the police department will be here to, actually, there'll be an agenda item to discuss this very issue.
Okay.
So if you can come here on that day,
Okay.
that'd be the best thing to do.
Okay.
Because we're not going to give you some lukewarm, stupid answer.
Well, that's the last
I
thing
know.
I've got.
So that's why we're going to make a presentation. So they're going to be here. The police chief will be here with his staff to go over that. So in fairness to you, that's for you. And he had, by the way, the night you reported that, I was on the rail trail and I heard it too. That was like 5, 6 o'clock at night,
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. So I heard the same thing off in
During
that
the
direction.
week, the bikes start at 6,
Yep.
and then on
Right.
the weekends, the tuners take over around 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. So I had a discussion with the police chief today and his staff. They're going to be here with a presentation on June 1st.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Mr.
All right,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if we can also have the town manager have the police chief discuss how things have gone on Old Mammoth Road since we've added the stop signs. I don't think we've gotten a bit of a report after the stop signs have gone in.
Sure. That's fine. Anybody else with public comment? Good evening, Christine. How are you?
Evening. Good. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. On the 4th, you told me you'd get back to me about the legality of who can take tabled items that were tabled by the council off the table.
I believe a resident answered your question right after you. And said that.
No, I asked you to get, and you said you would get back to me. So did you look into it? Because I don't want to do what the veterans had do when you knew something on February 10th and you decided not to tell them until May 4th.
So a resident answered your question, so I didn't look into it because she answered the question for you.
But that was incorrect.
It wasn't
You
the
don't
correct.
follow Rob rules.
Okay.
You don't follow Rob's rules.
Well, do you want?
Well, I looked into it. Ron, because
Okay.
I'm used to not getting answers from the town council, along with many other people. And any counselor can take it off the table.
That's what she said. Thank you. Anybody else with public comment?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to clarify. Janet Hoodalaw, 5 Stony Point Drive. I did come up when you didn't have the answer. I did notice in the paper, it said that Londonderry Times, that it said that the councilman said, I think they gave it to you, Sean Faber, that it was one of the three of you that had to vote. No, I clarified, just as you said, and shared my expertise because I have, as a parliamentarian, and Robert's rules, and it's the same whether you follow Robert's rules or not when an item's tabled. But I know that Christine didn't hear it because we had a discussion about that, Christine Perez, and I know evidently whoever wrote the article didn't either. But it was clear that anyone could bring it up. It's evidence of, I guess, the frustration of, I have a dream. I'd love the Londonderry Town Council, all members, to be concerned about what the citizens need and what they want and act unified on it, but not be divided against the minority, against the majority, and complain about that. For many of us who have been on councils, we've experienced this, been in the majority and I've been in the minority. I'd like to see respect across the board. As chairman, you do have order for it. You are responsible. Sean logs the questions down and to get an answer. And the town manager's involved in this too. He needs to speak up when he has the information, and you all need to act like a team, even when you disagree, respectfully. That isn't happening, and some may not want that to happen. The other thing I would like to see is that we're limited to 3 minutes. Some of you on the town council need to be limited to 3 minutes as well. I would appreciate that because you get more time and you give your opinion as if it's for all of us, and it's not always all of us, okay? And that's your issue as chair to make sure that that happens. And I would encourage those then not to repeat to save their time, their 3 minutes, not to continually repeat a point that they made. That would be helpful to us residents. But and when we ask a question publicly, it should be answered publicly by the town manager or not. Also, another issue in my dream, because someone has authority and someone is equal, that doesn't mean they have the approval. So you need to tighten up the lines of the council. And there's no excuse for anybody on this town council not knowing what table an item means and how to open it. I know I've shared some of that information with some of you before this issue even came up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I read from. So I'll just read from the Town Council Rules of Order, Section 6, Part C, motion to reconsider. A councillor who voted on the prevailing side in the original vote on a motion may make a motion to reconsider that vote. A motion to reconsider may only be made during the same meeting that the vote whose consideration is sought is passed. May be made by the councillor who is on the prevailing side, shall be seconded by any councillor, and is debatable. The motion to reconsider requires approval of a majority of present councillors.
Thank you. Anybody else have public comment?
Can I come back?
Sure.
Christine Perez. Reconsidering and taking something off the table are two very, very different things. You know that, Mr. Dunn, Councillor Dunn, because you're at the State House. We take things off the table all the time. We could reconsider votes, which is totally different, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. You're saying, yes, it is different.
Reconsider vote?
Reconsider a vote?
Reconsider vote within 24 hours, yes.
Right. That's different than taking something off the table, correct?
That's two different things, yes.
Two different things. So I ask Councillor Dunn that you ask the other councillors to not make statements like only the people that put them on the table can take it off, and that reconsidering is the same as table, to know what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have public comment?
So the rules of the House are different.
Yeah.
They're agreed by the rules in the House. Just like the rules of the council are different, they're agreed by the rules of the council. They don't govern the same.
Anybody else have public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to address the issue that was brought up about the veterans tax credit.
Sure.
So, at the March 16th, 2026 council meeting, it was stated by the chair, and I quote, "The council needs to be more respectful of the public's time." I want to address the veterans tax credit. At the last meeting, May 4th, we had 2 citizens come up and inquire about the tax credit. These individuals have come in front of the council several times. We received the legal opinion on February 10th, 2026. And the bottom line there is that there is nothing that can be done, and it is unlikely that the program that was looked at would successfully withstand a challenge in court. The question at the last meeting was asked, who stopped it from being given? Nobody stopped it from being implemented. The town manager or the town council did not stop it. Where I see the problem is the communication from the council to the public. When it was discussed, the assessor did not explain it as he should have, because nobody asked the question of him, when does it go into effect? I have always been told when I purchase property, April 1st is the tax date. When I close on a property, I'm always asked, are you going to do any improvements? Mm-hmm. What's that, Sean?
I wasn't interrupting.
No. So when I close on a property, I'm always asked, are you going to do any improvements to the property before April 1st? Because that will impact your current tax bill. If you do it after April 1st, it goes on the following tax year. The bill was passed July 13th, 2025, and the council acted on it on July 21, 2025. The council should have come forward after receiving the legal opinion on February 10th and explained what the decision was, and there was a miscommunication. As one councillor, I want to apologize to our veterans for the misunderstanding and when this tax credit would go into effect.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Good. Sean?
So, on the legal opinion that was given, I'll speak only to the general subject matter of it because it's a privileged email. The subject matter of whether the answer on the veterans tax credit was not, why did we not give it out? It was, could we retroactively pay it? Which is not the same question. As far as how we give out the tax credit, we did a vote last year. We said effective August 1st. It's not because we didn't ask the assessor if our motion effective August 1st would be effective August 1st that it wasn't paid. However, or whatever happened, we took that motion twice, we voted twice, and everything as a council we could do to make this in effect was taken. Thanks.
All right. Up next, we have board appointments and reappointments. First up tonight is budget committee appointment.
Did we close public hearing?
I did.
Oh, I didn't know.
Is Isaac Fernandez here tonight? Come on up, Isaac. How are you tonight?
Good.
If you want to say a few words about yourself, and then I'll ask if the council has any questions.
I have a statement I could read, if that's
Please,
okay.
sounds good.
Hello, my name is Isaac Fernandez, and I live at 10 Wallace Circle. I was first introduced to Londonderry about 20 years ago when my brother moved to town. Since then, I have been coming back regularly to visit him, help on his DIY projects, including starting his homestead bakery, and at one point, I lived with my brother here in Londonderry. Over that time, I developed a deep appreciation for Londonderry and everything the town has to offer. When my wife and I were ready to move back north from Florida, buy our first home together and start a family, we cast a wide net, but ultimately chose Londonderry as it is the community we want to build a home and a future for the long term. My mother also decided to join us in that move. She sold her house in upstate New York, and now our family has come together here in Londonderry. 3 months after we moved in, our first child was born, and I am grateful that we have the opportunity to raise her in this town. I share this context because I want to make clear that my interest in serving on the Budget Committee is not temporary or casual. My family's intention is to live in Londonderry long term, and I see this position as a starting point for ongoing involvement in the town for years to come. In addition to that long-term commitment to Londonderry, I believe my education and professional experience would allow me to contribute meaningfully to the work of the Budget Committee. In regards to education, I have an undergraduate degree from the University of Maine, where I earned a bachelor's degree in finance with a concentration in economics. I also have an MBA from the University of Connecticut with a concentration in finance. In regards to experience, I bring small business, finance, and budgeting experience. On the volunteer side, I have volunteered budgeting services before as a coach through the nonprofit My Budget Coach, where I worked with low-income families to help improve their budgeting and financial decision-making skills. On the professional side, I've started 3 small businesses, so I'm familiar with the practical realities of budgeting, managing expenses, making payroll, making decisions with limited resources. Much of my career was spent working for a boutique private equity firm. I spent a significant amount of time underwriting investments, reviewing managers, analyzing deals, and getting into the details of financial information. I'm comfortable working through spreadsheets, asking questions, and paying close attention to the assumptions behind the numbers. I understand that one concern with the town's committees, I think, Deb, you brought it up a number of times, is whether someone has both the time to do the work and the willingness to stay involved. If I am asked to join the Budget Committee, I can say clearly that I will have the time to attend the required meetings and do the preparation. In advance of today, I watched the 2027 budget presentations and deliberations, every town council meeting from November and December, and the strategic planning workshops run by Sean and Kristen in April. I was impressed with the direction of our town and our town's professional staff, especially our leadership. I mention this to demonstrate that I'm willing to spend the time in this role. If I'm asked to join the Budget Committee, I can say clearly that I will, at a minimum, complete my term. I have fulfilled long-term volunteer commitments in the past. In 2008, I volunteered with Big Brothers Big Sisters and was matched with an 8-year-old. Our match has lasted over 17 years, and he is still part of my life today. Reliability matters, and when I'm committing to something, I take that commitment seriously. I attended the meet and greet with Sean when he first came to town, and from what I have seen since then, I think the direction he has been encouraging makes a lot of sense. One of the reasons I'm especially interested in joining the Budget Committee now is the town's work on the strategic plan. I believe good budgeting starts with clear goals. First, you define what the town is trying to accomplish. Then you set measurable goals, attach deadlines, track progress, and most importantly, circle back to see if you've accomplished what you set out to do. It is critical to circle back. Without that kind of structure, budgeting can become too reactive. In closing, I would be grateful for the opportunity to serve on the Budget Committee, and I would bring to it the same long-term commitment, preparation, and seriousness that led my family to choose Londonderry as our home.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah. So you got through all the budget committee hearings?
Yeah, it was interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed you guys hang out here all day on Saturday.
That's a test unto itself.
Anybody have any other?
I think you probably answered most of whatever question we might have had.
I just want to say great job.
Yeah.
Great job. I was very impressed
Thank
with
you.
everything you had written up on you.
Not many people write that good of an introduction, I will say.
Thank you.
And I will say, it looks like we also have a someone who also decided not to run for the position at the same time.
Yeah, I haven't
so
announced that yet.
it looks like right now all we have is you, Isaac, who've applied for this position.
I haven't said that yet, but yes. Let's finish with this gentleman first. Any other questions for Isaac?
I
No,
personally
I think
would
you'll
like
be
to
a
make
wonderful-
a motion
Okay.
to move him forward.
I think
Okay.
it's great.
Let
Anybody
me
want
just
to
read
second
into
I'll
the record
second
that. Okay.
Thank you.
Just let me read in the record that Kevin Kohler did withdraw his application, just so for the record. So I have a motion from Deb and a second from Sean. Any discussion?
No?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Tell him to go
See the
clerk.
town
Oh,
clerk?
yeah, and see the clerk.
Okay.
There you go.
To get sworn in.
Yep. Excellent. All right. Up next, we have CIP appointments. And I have listed here from the town council, Councilor Paul. From the budget, from the school board, we have Kevin Gray. From the budget committee, we have Kate Burbidge. And from the planning department, we have Jeff Penta and Giovanni Veroni. Any further discussion on that? Oh, yeah.
All right, I will move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby appoint the recommended representatives to serve on the 2028 to 2033 Capital Improvements Program Committee as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Sean and a second from Ted. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Just for clarity's sake,
Yeah.
that's just because that's the span the CIP committee covers. These appointments aren't for
Correct.
5 years, just in case anyone at home was wondering.
Correct.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you for volunteering for CIP. We appreciate it. Up next, I will accept a motion to accept the resignation of Stephen Bickford from the planning board.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Sean, a second from Ted. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you for your service.
Southern New Hampshire.
All right.
We have the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission as well.
No, sorry. Thank you. I don't have that one. Do I have? Okay. Okay. So we have appointments to the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. We have Deb Levins and Art Rugg. Thank you.
Motion moved that the Londonderry Town Council hereby reappoints Art Rugg and Deb Levins to the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission for a 4-year term beginning July 1, 2026.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Sean. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you guys for stepping up to do that again. Up next, we have a public hearing to discuss on the zoning amendment for the PUD ordinance. Ms. Karen, did you want to start us out or just council discussion?
Maybe I'll just do a brief
Okay.
overview,
Sure.
if you don't mind.
No, please.
So just as a reminder as to kind of how we got here, in July of last year, the council requested that the planned unit development ordinance be amended. And so that process then took place with the planning department staff and the planning board, which included 3 separate work sessions, a lot of research and analysis based on planning industry standards, and then a hearing with the planning board, at which time they moved it to this council. You've had 2 readings on this so far, 2 discussions, which brings us to this evening, the formal public hearing, where you're considering whether or not to adopt the draft ordinance as it's presented to you this evening. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, do we want to move it forward?
We got to do it to open the public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
A motion from Ted, a second from Sean.
All those in
Any
favor?
further discussion? Feel good? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to discuss?
Yep.
Come
Come on up.
Come on up.
Come on up, sir.
Yeah.
I would recommend we repeal the PUD totally. I have one right in back of my yacht, in back of the family property, and it is just a total nightmare up there. And looking at the Woodmont Commons, yuck.
Could you state your name and
Oh,
address?
sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
No, no
Robert
worries.
T. Bob Mel, 569 Mammoth Road, Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Okay, just, looking at them just doesn't work. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, come on up, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Martha Smith, 38 Chester Drive. I just have a couple of questions about this. It's 100 acres of contiguous land. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For the PUD? And Kelly, if you could ask Kelly, if she could tell us, how many parcels are there left in Londonderry that qualify under this PUD?
Do we know that, Ms. Karen? We know?
I don't have an exact number because of the contiguous factor. In other words, somebody could combine multiple lots that are contiguous and make it one to hit the 100 acres. We've seen that occur. So I don't have an exact number for you, but generally speaking, there's maybe 1 to 3 areas that would fit within that based on our current data that we have.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is David Armstrong, 30 Shore Road. So I'm kind of concerned about this PUD area, Woodmont. When it was first introduced, it was work, live, play, and it seems like it's just live. Basically, you got a doctor's office there, commercial stuff like that. The only thing that's really play to it is the 603 brewery. There's nothing else that goes on there. I mean, I look at Salem. They brought in a whole bunch of businesses. It's more, I actually go to Salem. I don't go up to London. They're obviously right. I live here. I just don't think that it's turning out the way it was designed or the way it was presented. I feel a lot of times some of the stuff they do is kind of undermined, right? The trees that got cut down, the apple trees, the over 55 that they slip into, now it's nonprofit. I just don't think they do enough to bring the businesses in here. And eventually they're just gonna make it all apartments and stuff, and it'll be just like a city area, which was not originally designed for.
Mr. Chair.
So that's actually part of the revision in here, is to make sure that the commercial comes first, because that has been a complaint before in the past. And so that's part of redefining this ordinance, is strengthening that aspect of it, so that we actually don't get you build all the live and there's no work and play.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I mean, I read a lot in the paper about it, but I just feel like, we should be pretty hard on that.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify for you, this is not changing the Woodmont PUD at all. We can't change what's already there because that's actually recorded with the Registry of Deeds. So this is to amend our current ordinance for future PUDs that come before the town.
So this doesn't change what's in Woodmont, so.
Say it again?
So what they proposed in Woodmont and what they're doing doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would make sure it doesn't happen again.
Let me just
Go ahead, Ms.
clarify.
Karen, yeah.
Hopefully this simplifies it. So the Woodmont Commons PUD, the Technology Hill PUD are projects, separate projects, standalone. They're approved as they are. We're talking about the regulations that we apply to planned unit developments. So two separate things.
Mm-hmm.
These are this is the base as to how you get to a planned unit development project.
So what you're saying is when this one was put in, these guardrails weren't put in place.
Correct.
Well, that's too bad.
Yeah, and it's not in place currently. What we're discussing tonight is putting those guardrails in place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else speak on the PUD? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Mike Speltz, 18 Sugar Plum Lane. I have a very short comment, but I think crucial, and it kind of goes to what we just heard about, where we wish we would have done things differently a while back. This is in regard to section 5.2.8.D.2, which is a short section, and the thrust of it is that when you submit a PUD master plan, you are allowed to ask waivers from certain regulations, like the zoning ordinance, the site plan regulation. One of the things that in the current form in this section that I quoted, which is so important, is that local regulations, state regulations, federal regulations are not able to be waived if they are concerned with environmental factors, environmental protections. That is very important. It could be a little bit ambiguous, but the Conservation Overlay District is probably the most important environmental protection that we have in this town. In order to eliminate any ambiguity, if that constitutes a local regulation about environmental protection, I would add to that little subsection to include the Conservation Overlay District. Very simple choice, but it makes it very clear what we're trying to accomplish here. The basis of this is that you can't undo environmental damage. So there are things that you can waive, dimensional requirements, other things, uses, and you can figure out a way around them. You can't do that with our wetlands. They are there to have clean air and clean water, and it is unrelated to what you're building. We don't want to violate our wetlands, and that's the reason for this. It's that simple.
Mike, can you please repeat that section again that you were referencing?
Yes, it's 5.2.8.
Yep.
Point D. Point 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. My concern with PUDs is you say that this is going to say that you have to have commercial first, but that's not happening. That didn't happen in Woodmont. It's not happening up at Technology Hill. And with the big proposal up by Auburn, I don't know how you could possibly have that happen too. Right now, Woodmont Apartments has 25 empty units, and that's been built for quite a time. And according to information that I received from the town, we have 826 units in the being ready to be constructed. And then if you add on to that the 1,100 that you're talking about putting in the PUD, that you're talking about putting in up on, by Auburn, you know, you're talking almost 2,000 units. And these are not single-family units. These are apartments and that type of thing. Where do you think all these people are going to come from? I mean, as it is now, Woodmont isn't filled. Where do you think they're going to come from? And Ted mentioned that the rents here are just as high as they are in around the Boston area, correct?
I did not say that.
You at the last town council meeting.
I don't believe I had said that, but okay.
Okay. Where do you think these people are going to come? Nobody's going to come from Massachusetts who works in Massachusetts and still pay the tax, the income tax living here to commute and pay the same type of rent that you can pay down there. I just worry about where almost 2,000 units of people, what we're going to do. You need to just stop, put this on the table and leave it alone, and put the present PUD that we have also on the table, which is what members of this council asked you to do way back when you started looking at it. So the people of Londonderry, this one in Auburn, we're not going to get any tax break on the Auburn line. We're not going to get a tax break because the only part of that development that is in Londonderry, the major part of that development that is in Londonderry, are the apartments and the houses. We're not going to get a tax benefit from if industry goes in there. So think about the people and not the developers, please.
So I want to correct a bit of a statement. I had said from the state housing director back from September had said that the state needs about 60,000 units by 2040, and by 2050 needs about 90,000 more units across the state. So that's what I believe I had said at the time, and that rental pricing is so high right now due to the lack of units that are available on the market.
I thought you mentioned something about the corridor of Boston and the rents in that area as well.
I can't recall that conversation at that time from my memory, but.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, sir.
On Wilshire Drive.
We needed a good laugh, so it was good.
My personal view is that we should eliminate the PUDs altogether. I just assume we didn't have them. But if we are looking to replace the existing one, which has been, to my opinion, a disaster, what you've got presented at the moment would be a lot better. But it completely lacks any enforceable or measurable and enforceable things to ensure things like commercial goes ahead of housing and so on. I did see some changes that have been recommended by another councillor, Deb Paul. I fully agree with those. I think they are things that are lacking from this. But at least this one would be better than what you've got at the moment.
Thank you, sir.
Don't start the clock yet.
No, so There's no clock, sir. This is a public
forgot.
hearing, so
Thank you.
You can
Talk for hours.
So I can have as long as I want?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to say. You don't want to say that to me.
Within reason.
Within reason. How's that?
Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire Court. So, first of all, I'm going to go with the age before beauty part. Never mind what happened over there. So, a couple things. Number one, anything that gets built in Londonderry is market driven. You as a board are not tasked with deciding what company can make money, what company cannot make money. You are not in a position to say to somebody, you can't build that because we don't think anybody's going to occupy it. You don't have the power to do that. Okay, it's not allowed. The RSAs don't allow you to do that. It's a market-driven society, market-driven state, whatever. If a developer wants to build something, that's up to that developer to decide whether they can make money on it. They do their own research and development to make that decision, and so it's important to understand that. And maybe I'm all wet with you don't have the decision to do that, but whatever. So, just for the record, let's talk about Woodmont. The disaster that people talk about at Woodmont is a tax-positive development. In the development agreement, every year, they need to come in and they need to present their numbers. How much money are they costing the town? How much money are they? How much revenue do they have? How does it offset? And so far, in fact, they just was it last month? They came before the planning board and showed that they were tax positive. Currently, there are commercial spaces also available there. And again, if you think about market driven, you can build the space, but they might not come. You can market the crap out of it, still nobody comes. No one has control over that. What you do have control over, and you have supreme control over that because there is a development agreement, is if that development comes back and says, you know what, this commercial stuff's not working out, so we're going to put more houses in. That's where you all come in. That's where you put the brakes on. That's when you drag the anchor, okay? Because you all will be making the decisions on whether there's going to be changes to that development or not, because you have signed documents, okay? So, and to that point, the most important change and the most powerful change in the document that you have in front of you is that every development, every applicant will have to sign a development agreement. And in that development agreement, y'all are going to decide what you're going to make the developer do or not. We had a presentation last week. Today's Monday, yes? So it was last week, so it had to be last week. We had a presentation, and the developer has already said that the infrastructure of the incoming roads is going to be handled first. Anybody can say that. But remember, there are also many other steps that an applicant and a developer has to take before they can put a shovel in the ground. The development agreement that you all decide to have with the developer, and my understanding is that the planning board doesn't get involved in that, but you folks will do that, and you will have the power to tell the developer what you want them to do, or more importantly, what you don't want them to do. Keep in mind that you have the power. Now, let's get to a PUD. What does a PUD do for Londonderry? Well, I'll tell you what it doesn't do. It doesn't make us hire new public works people. It doesn't make us buy new public works trucks. And You can also, again, remember, in your development agreement, you can control and make a decision on if you want the next PUD, whichever one it happens to be, because there are no applications yet. There are only conceptual discussions about what a next one might be. No one's decided anything. No one's agreed to anything. No one's even applied for anything yet. It's just a discussion. Hey, I own this land. I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think? That's all that's happened so far. So let's be clear. In a PUD, the town of Londonderry does not own the roads. The town does not build the roads. The town does not build the infrastructure on those roads. So in the winter, the town doesn't have to plow. No tax dollars are used. Sand, salt, maintenance, none of that. If a tree falls down over one of the roads inside that PUD, Public Works does not respond. Public Works does not cut up the tree and put it on the side of the road. Because the taxpayers of Londonderry don't have that obligation because those roads are private. So to me, and understanding, and I'm sorry, but I am a planning board member. I probably should have said that at the beginning. To me, as a planning board member, it's a difference between a PUD allowing me to have control, me as a taxpayer, through you as the town council, because you're going to do it, over no control. Something's going to be built on the land. Do you want to control what's built on the land, or don't you? If it's not a PUD, probably it's going to be a public road. Probably it's going to be at the taxpayer's expense after it's built. And for me, as one person, as an only child, I want control over everything. I have to have control. And for the people who didn't know I was an only child, I'm probably connecting a lot of dots for them out there in the back. So keep in mind, what's before you today is very singularly focused, right? It's the document that you have in front of you. Deb made a great point several meetings ago that there are changes that probably needs to be made. There is no perfect document. You all also have that power as well to make those changes. But for sure, what you have in front of you is better than the one that's currently on the books. I'm going to be in the back. If anything comes up with questions, feel free to ask. I've studied this back and forth in between. Mr. Bouchard might have a question for me right now. As a matter
Yes,
of
I
fact.
do.
Okay. Go ahead, Dan.
Not a question as much as a
Sure.
point of clarity.
Yep.
You've been in town for a long time like I have.
Since 1978, yes, sir.
So remember when Yellowstone got built?
Yes, sir.
That was all private roads.
Yes, sir.
Now town roads.
And who was it that made it a town road?
Townspeople did.
Who?
The town did.
And how did they do that, sir?
They went to town meeting and they asked the town take it over.
Correct.
And
at the ballot box,
yep,
the taxpayers said, we would like to take that over.
And what
which is a decision they can make.
Right. What I point out, Tony, is that now it's really difficult for our DPW, because when you say DPW doesn't take care of these roads, a lot of these roads are dead ends, all right, or they're at a T. So it makes it very difficult for any big truck to go in there. So now we have to spend small trucks in there. It's just a point I want to make out, that it's a nice idea that we do it like this. Doesn't mean it's going to stay like that.
Well, but that's up to the taxpayers,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Dan? So if the taxpayers voted you in,
Yep.
and the taxpayers voted you in to do a job.
Yep.
But they can also do their own job too
Yep.
at the ballot box and override something that you did.
Because I remember also
Or
behind the cut through that we used to use for Market Basket. Remember when they came
Yep.
forward and they wanted the taxpayers to take over those roads because everybody's cutting through those roads.
Right,
You know,
and
the
how'd that work out?
The taxpayer said no.
And the taxpayer said no.
So-
So the taxpayers have the right to do that,
Right.
right? So
I understand that.
all you can do as a town council
Yep.
is have a basis.
Yep.
The basis is this is how we're going to do this. And by the way, when you do your agreement with the developer's agreement, you can decide that you want 28-foot roads. They don't have to be 22-foot roads or 24-foot roads. You can say, you know what? For this PUD, we want it to be 28-foot roads because we don't like some of the other ones. Because we have to bring our emergency vehicles in there anyway.
Correct.
Right? The ambulance is going to go in there.
Yep.
But Public Works isn't going in there, right?
Yep.
So that's part of this. That's part of this whole process.
Yep. I understand.
But
Don't run away, Tony. Deb has a
Just
question.
the roads thing?
Sure.
So when a PUD is contiguous and goes over a road, like Woodmont, goes over Pillsbury, we are responsible for Pillsbury. So if the tree falls on, and it's from Woodmont, they didn't take care of this tree, and it falls over onto Pillsbury, technically, Pillsbury Road is our responsibility because it was a pre-existing road. So therefore, it is our responsibility. If it's self-contained, I will say, then that's a different animal, but there are those exemptions, and
100%.
a development agreement can only, so it's the enforcement piece of the paper, and that enforcement can only be enforce things that are mentioned and talked about within the PUD. If it is not within the PUD, stated we want something to do with, what did we just say? Roads being 28 feet. If we don't say that in the PUD, we can put it in the development agreement, granted, but they can turn around and say, well, it's in there, but it's not in your PUD, and it doesn't specify, and so therefore we don't have to do this. So it takes away the bite inside the development agreement. That's why it's so critical to be detailed. Is it ever going to be perfect? Absolutely not. But this is what the people that I spoke to over in Dover explaining to me.
How about we ask our attorney instead of somebody from Dover? Because
I just didn't want to spend taxpayer money, but I did ask the municipal association, and that's an attorney.
So I'm going to totally disagree with everything that you just said.
You can, and that's your privilege.
And it is absolutely
love development
because in my research I found what you said is absolutely not true. A signed document is a signed document.
Show me that.
An agreement is an agreement.
Can you show me
So
that?
we're going to agree to disagree.
Don't argue with the register.
And we're not going to have a debate. If you want to have a debate, I'll be glad to go on Channel 9 with you anytime.
That's fine. Take me there.
Because I love a microphone.
I'm sure you do.
But at any rate, if there's anything else, I'll be in the back
Anybody
of the room.
else have questions for Tony? Are we good?
But thank you very much.
Tony,
But
thank you.
I totally disagree with what Councilor Paul just said, and
that's fine.
We'll take it from there. But
Thank you, Tony.
Sit down now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ray, good evening. How are you, sir?
Ray Breslin, 3 Gary Drive. Now, I took a look at this agreement. I'm not sure I understand it. You folks do. That's good. But here's the thing. We agreed back in 2013 to the Woodmont PUD agreement, even though a lot of citizens had a lot of questions about it. And at the end, when it was finally voted on, I asked the question, can you answer the citizens' questions that were put forward to you? And the response was, we don't have to. Okay? Here's the point. You folks, with all due respect, you're putting your time in, you're not even getting paid, and I appreciate that. But you are representing the people. You're also representing the children, okay? The future generations, okay? We're not talking about getting through next year. And by the way, we've kind of opened the Pandora box, approving the initial PUD. Now you're in a position where potentially, well, we already had the one up the hill that was approved. And potentially there could be others coming down the road. And when these developers come through, they look at all this and they're saying, hey, you're going to tell me now I can't do this, but yet you approved these other ones? I mean, what changed? And here's the other point. This has to do with the burden on the townspeople, particularly public safety. We've heard about situations with burnouts and other issues. I could tell you some other stories, but I don't want to hold you up. But there is a burden on the taxpayers when you have a lot of development. Right now, we got, let's see, how many different roads projects they're in process right here in this town, in this year, that it's going to have a lot of impact. I hope it's not going to cause accidents. So, this revised, updated PUD that's been presented to you, it sounds like there's been some improvement, and that's a good idea. But unless specific things are in there, the developer can come back, the PUD holder can come back and say, well, we want to change this. How many revisions have been made to the PUD? And I know at least 2, okay? And so even though you're putting this forward, updated version of it, and it may be an improvement, it probably is, I believe it is, unless there are specific things in there, you're leaving a lot of open area where they can ask for variances, changes, and so forth. So, I appreciate the decisions you folks have to make. My point is, there's a lot of burden on the taxpayers. I heard about, the roads they put in, their responsibility. That's true. But the traffic burden that is put on the town and the roadways, by the way, have you noticed a lot of trucks going up and down the road, heavy trucks, dump trucks, heavy equipment? That puts a burden on the roads, beats the roads, and that's a cost to the taxpayer. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ray. Anybody else for PUD discussion?
There was Dave Ellis, One Wilshire Drive. I understand there was a disagreement or opinion between Councillor Paul and Member of Planning Board Tony DeFrancesco regarding whether the developer agreement was sufficient or whether you needed it in the PUD. It seems to me that if the developer's agreement is going to contain some restriction, it doesn't hurt to have that same restriction in the PUD, even if it wasn't necessary. And if, in fact, Councillor Paul is correct that it needed to be there, at least you have protected yourself against a challenge. Put it in both.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Jennis. I'm at 15 Moulton Drive. I also have concerns with the PUD. That being said, I'm not really sure why we keep developing in this town, as all these other residents have echoed too. It's a massive traffic burden. I live in South Londonderry, just going to exit 4 to travel north to Manchester for my job every day. The traffic, actually, it's the longest part to get from South Londonderry. Take the back roads, go through the traffic and everything, wait at the set of lights that have been improved, and that was a great improvement to go 2 lanes to go north. But even that's backing up now. It's kind of crazy. But I just want to reflect on something the town council or just the town of Londonderry did a few years ago. And it was the Londonderry Master Plan. It was for July 2025, and it said draft vision, guiding principles, demographics, housing land, and it was brought together, prepared by the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. And I just feel like the PUD goes against what the residents of the town surveyed. And forgive me, I forgot my glasses, so I'm going to be staring at my phone reading this. But it says specific themes provided insight into a community vision statement. These themes included preservation of community character, farmland, and small town charm. I'm not sure where PUD falls into that category, and I'll read through the other bullets too, because I personally also cannot find where that fits as well. So some of the other things say supportive, family-friendly, all-inclusive community. And I think it was mentioned earlier tonight as well. I feel like community settings really derive from strong neighborhoods as well, not necessarily apartment complexes, condos. My husband and I have lived in an apartment complex before. There's no real sense of community there. Nor do I know of anybody that's striving to live in Londonderry to live in an apartment complex. I'm in my 30s. We all want homes. Balanced growth and sustainable development. Again, there's that word sustainable, not let's build massive developments over 10 years. Increasing traffic burden and everything. Connection to nature and open space. I feel like we're missing that, right? Some of our conservation land has been removed, developments put on top of there. Not what people move to Londonderry or New Hampshire to experience. Community engagement and recreation, events and outdoor activities. There's been some efforts, but again, that's going to be going away, losing that outdoor space people really want to go to. Quality education and excellent facilities. Londonderry graduate myself, happy to live here again and, support the schools. And public transportation and accessible trail network. Again, that was on the lower part of it. I don't know if these are categorically, by percentage, but that's on there. So I just feel like the PUD doesn't match those goals. And then even looking at what the town said as well, sorry, my phone refreshed. As someone said earlier tonight, technology is not on our sides. I want to get these numbers correct. They also mentioned, too, community perspectives. The survey responses indicate that residents recognize the value of a more diverse housing mix, though preferences vary by age group. Overall, there was a broad support for smaller homes on smaller lots, accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and age-friendly housing. However, they didn't really, I feel, in my opinion, look at the results, because then they broke it down, and more than half of the survey participants said they prefer single-family homes, not anything PUD. And if anything, everything else was broken down into like the 30% range. So to me, I'm like, wow, more than half indicates, that's a lot of town support right there to say probably no PUDs or developments are really wanted in the future. Again, for all those burdens that people are mentioning. Another side, too, I know that the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission is required in order to, have the funding. Exactly, thank you. But just to keep in mind as well that when you look at the board of that Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission, there's no one really from New England. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. They're all transplants from Seattle, New York City, Virginia, Ohio. So here these people are coming in from all over the country with high volume cities that are used to these PUDs most likely, coming in and, saying how small town New Hampshire should live, should develop. When again, this survey clearly indicates that townspeople really want that small town charm, not this development. If people want a development, I guess they can go to Salem because that's what's happening there. But yeah, so I mean, really just, I feel like a PUD is not the way Londonderry needs to go. If anything, it needs to be more restricted and not as free-flowing for, developments to just pop in. Another interesting aspect, too, I think I caught this on Facebook, that Kelly is actually resigning her position as well. So it's interesting to me to have such a concrete plan kind of go into place, only to have that person who put it together to leave the town to go work up in Concord, I believe, as a city planner, if my quick Facebook search was correct. But yeah, I just, maybe it's like a great time to either just ditch it, again, make it more like rigid with the zoning and saying, no, look, like we're maxed out right now. Like we just need to play catch up. We just really cannot keep throwing in developments for the taxpayers and the townspeople that just really want to go around town, on a Saturday and not dread traffic, because that's truly what's happening. And again, some of these PUD situations, they don't even make sense, right? You go through the Woodmont Common area, you come down like the Market Basket area, and there's a random bike lane. And it's like, okay, where is this bike lane going? So it's kind of like, I don't know, like, let's make it make sense. Let's do it the right way. Let's not just like throw up all these housing complexes and road designs that just don't make sense. So, yeah.
So you seem like you've done a lot of your homework, which I appreciate.
I did it in the last 2 hours.
Oh, wow. I really
you.
appreciate it then. One thing I recommend you take a look at is our last planning board meeting, because we were discussing what would be a PUD. And when they presented that, they actually presented what the PUD would look like as a PUD and what would it look like with underlying zoning. Because I think one of the things that we forget in these discussions is that if we didn't have a PUD, it goes to underlying zoning, and it's not going to be an open field. It's going to be whatever underlying zoning says. And so seeing those two comparisons side by side takes you look at what we have control of and what we don't. And in certain instances, a PUD gives us more control to put stuff in a development agreement. It just depends on what the situation is. So it's just something to take a look at whatever opinion you form after that, but it's good information.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. I think, again, just honestly, I only found out about this meeting tonight from the Londonderry Times posting it on Facebook. So again, I wish I had more chances to like review the PUD as well. I agree. I feel like I'd have plenty of opinions on it. But yeah, I just feel like this town's growing way too fast. Again, as someone that was born, raised here, it's nothing like the town I grew up in. It's losing its identity. Like, you look around at like the pictures on the wall of the farmland, that's going away. Like, you might as well update these to show like the new complexes that you have in town. So, I mean,
I want to totally agree with you. I've been saying this pretty much by myself for a while. Sean, alluded to the fact that it was a conceptual design, and it all sounds pretty, until they start building it, because again, there's really no true mechanisms to hold things to the fire. And one of the conversation points at that planning board meeting, I was not there, but I did watch it. They mentioned, if we weren't building this, you would have had like 200 and something single family homes and all these roads.
Yes.
And you know what? 200 and something family homes at 4 people in a house is still half of what the development is bringing in.
Exactly.
So, and I still question the amount that they pay in taxes actually covers the amount of services. When I looked at the Woodmont agreement, it said they had 20 new students come in. There was no dollar assigned to them. There was zero. How can there be no zero? We all know that one kid could toss up to $300, depending on its needs,
100%.
to a basic child.
Yeah.
Those 20 kids that came into Woodmont have a cost.
Yes.
But it wasn't in their tax positive agreement. I read it. I questioned it.
Yeah. It's like you need Nick Shirley to come in and, take a look around.
There's always different perspectives, and everybody's going to spin it to whatever they want or how they feel or what they want. And I've only been in Londonderry for 30 years, going on 31 years the end of this month. And I agree with you. It has changed dramatically. I came from the city. I came here for this type of life.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have stayed where I was. I was 5 minutes to the beach, 2 minutes to the train station. But I didn't want that lifestyle anymore. I wanted a better quality of life for my children.
Exactly.
So I came here.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for Manchester or Boston, then that's probably where you should have bought your house.
Exactly.
To stop trying to change a town into something else.
Exactly.
And you're right. We need to put a break on everything and say, okay, let's catch up with our infrastructure.
Yeah.
Let's fix our water. A lot of money's got to be spent for this.
And I'm happy you mentioned that too, because with all, the recent calls for like drought watches and whatnot, just based on like the recent weather patterns over the year, where's that water going to come from for these housing units and whatnot? Like, Wyndham already has a water ban in place, and it's not even drought season yet. So again, like, just the infrastructure is not there. And again, like, the resources aren't there, rather, like, to really support this.
The Army Corps of Engineers for the state of New Hampshire has put out a document in regards to quantity of water.
Mhm.
We are running drastically short because of the building.
Exactly.
Of, you know, even in our lower states, because the water comes from up north and it comes down. Everybody's pulling
Yeah.
on the same veins.
Exactly.
And it really is a very big concern about quantity, not only quality, but then you pull into play light pollution.
Yes.
You pull into play noise pollution, which we just heard from.
Exactly.
Now let's put in quality of air. Because
Yeah.
you don't have as many trees, the air. We just got a release from the state today that is orange, the
Mhm.
quality of air. Now
Yeah.
that may have nothing to do with this, or it may. I
Right.
don't know.
Right.
But years ago, and I know somebody's in this audience, her husband was very passionate about this and did an environmental baseline so that we could monitor as a town
Yeah.
the development that came in, how it was affecting our environment.
Exactly.
Yeah, the world has issues, the state, the whatever. But you know what? I live here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be a NIMBY and say, I'm worried about my backyard.
Yeah.
And that's really all I can control and change.
Mhm.
And
exactly.
we stopped thinking about the environment.
Mhm.
And it's important because
It is.
without quality air, quality water, enough water, we're in trouble.
And again, it's what people want. Like when they come to Londonderry, they want to see environment, they want to see farmland, they want to see trails people can access for recreation. That's it. That's
Totally
all.
agree with you.
Yeah.
And I believe personally, I would like to see the PUD go away. I liked that last year,
Yeah.
the year before that, but it fell on deaf ears. And I
know.
really think that, as we were told, there's only a couple of pieces of land left. What's the
Yeah.
big deal? If we don't, we've already got three, and three that.
And it is a big deal because it's like, you know, again, we can't handle the traffic burden currently. And I know, again, Woodmont, like I know it's already there, but we have to bring it up because it is relevant in discussing these things going forward. Again, like we can't, it does matter. Even though there is land available, we have to protect it. Again, make it for the green spaces, for the trails and whatnot, but really not sure.
Right. And because
efforts
these
is that.
people are commuters, transients.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, they're apartment dwellers. They're not going to stay there forever.
Yes,
when their
correct.
rent goes up because taxes go up because we have to do things. They're going to
Yeah.
move. They go, all right, pack my stuff, go to the next town.
Yes.
And they don't necessarily, not all of them. I'm not going to say all of them because that would be a
Right,
wrong thing
right.
to say. But a lot of them, they're just here to do what they got to do and move on. They're
Yep.
not putting in the roots.
Exactly.
And that's why, for me, yeah, they say we don't have control over the single-family homes or whatever, the underlying zone. That's just basically a scare thing.
Yeah.
There is ordinances there. There are rules that tell you what you can and cannot do with a single-family home on that land.
And that's what you guys are for, correct? To determine those rules and to make them stick and vote on them and go from there. Or at least bring it to the ballot box and
And
let
I
the
guess I shouldn't talk
taxpayers.
so much because people don't want us to talk a lot. As another resident in the audience said, we should limit ourselves to 3
True.
minutes.
But no, thank you so much for your
Well,
time.
thank you.
And I appreciate it. Again, just really hope, just we could put a pause on things like that and just really, really, really consider what decisions you guys are making to the 27,000 people, 28,000 people that do live here.
Almost 29.
I know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Could I add two things?
Absolutely.
Just to
Good.
clarify
Hold
for the
on.
record.
I was going to ask.
Yeah.
So, one, just by way of information that you may or may not want to know, I am born and raised from Londonderry. Two, me coming or going has nothing to do with the integrity of this document. That's why it's before you, the decision makers.
Yeah.
So I just want to make that clear. I don't have personal ownership of it. So whatever the town decides to do with it is the town's business. Again, that's why you're here voting on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
It is better.
Good, Ted. Ted, then
Excuse me. Thank you.
Ted, hold on.
Kelly, can I just have a quick clarification from the presentation that was presented last week? I believe someone had stated that if they weren't doing the PUD, they'd do 200 homes on the underlying zoning.
The conceptual from last
Right, from the conceptual from last week. Is that
They
what was
had,
actually stated or not?
They had an alternate plan, if you will, where they were utilizing the underlying zoning,
Mhm.
which is AR1, and they're proposing a 200 some odd residential subdivision.
Now-
is what they would be permitted to do per the underlying zoning.
Now, certainly they could potentially do what Woodmont Commons had done, where they had quarter-acre lots and do it as a giant condo association. And at that rate, you'd be closer to 1,000 units for all the acres they have up there. They have 240 acres. They're
Hold on. You can come up to the mic. Just hold on.
And if
Want me to answer?
Yeah, please. No, please. I'm just one person at a time. Yeah.
So AR1 allows for conventional subdivisions. So the Lorden Commons example would not apply in this scenario.
were they AR1 when they went ahead?
The Lorden Commons?
Yeah.
Yes, but we had a different provision in our zoning ordinance at that time that allowed for undersized lots or smaller lots
Okay.
when
Thank
they
you.
went through their review process.
Thank you. That's all I had.
All right.
Yeah, yes.
I just said that Kelly's second, the one that she put in for this is much better than the first one.
Okay.
That's all.
So we're good? Come on up, sir. How are you?
Oh, I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, okay. One of the technoism that I realized on the Londonderry Holdings, I'm Bob Mail, 569 member of Londonderry, to get that over with, is when they did the agreement with the town, they some way got the ability right now under town ordinance where you have industrial abutting residential, you have to have a 50-foot buffer. Part of that agreement, as I understand it, they can just get away with regular 15-foot buffer, and they're building an industrial building right next to a residential zone land, and I believe that one of the things that you want to do in the future is make sure you do not make that mistake again. Make sure that any buffers on the outside of the the plan, the PUD is maintained. I don't know how that ever got in there, but it did. But I'm not very unhappy about that. I want that 50-foot buffer between the industrial and residential zone land, and they did not meet that requirement. They negotiated it with the town, and either they asked for it or the town gave it to them, and I don't believe that should have been done. That should be looked into to make sure, at least in the future, you do not do the outside of the plan, developments, give it up. And that was done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, anybody got any idea how it might have got in there? Callie?
Are you talking specifically Technology Hill?
Yeah.
So they had asked to waive certain buffers,
Yep.
including the overlays.
Yep. And
That-
they would have needed a 50-foot without a PUD, and they got it down to 15-foot.
Right. So when an industrial zone, generally speaking,
Yeah.
abuts an AR1 zone, there's
Yeah.
a buffer requirement.
Yeah,
Correct?
and they didn't, some way either they asked for it or the town offered to give it to them.
So through
Any
their
idea what
approval
happened?
process, they were not required to have that buffer that you're
Yeah,
referring to.
but,
for that.
okay, any techno changes to make sure the outside buffers are maintained in any future PUDs? That was a big mistake that was made. Okay, thank you very much for your time, and
Thank you.
hopefully the changes will be made in the future to make sure that that type of thing doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
My turn. Age and beauty before.
Wow.
You got me.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. I hope you're listening because the master plan spoke to you all very loudly, and I hope you're listening to the people who have come forward. And as far as, you could have had 200 homes on whatever, they want to put 250 little houses on how many acres over there? On 95 acres, 250 little houses over there that they're going to rent out. So I hope you're listening. And several years ago, it's my understanding that the town decided not to build any 55 communities. Is that correct? Yes. 55 communities who our streets are too narrow to ever ask the town to take them over. 55 communities that do not put any children into the school district. We do put a lot on the police and the fire department, not the police, but the fire department. But the town was, in their great knowledge, decided not to do that. And it must have been for a very good reason. I don't know, but it must have been for a very good reason. I'm asking you, and I think the town people are asking you, to stop the PUD. Let the town catch up on traffic. They widened 102 from the post office to 93. That's the miserable mile, we call that. Because it takes, literally, we call that the miserable mile. I live right there, and it's the miserable mile. People in your community, the citizens, don't want this. They want a stop. And everybody complains that there are not enough houses for young people, not apartments, houses. And maybe if we start building more houses, we can bring the price of houses down so that young people. But as long as you're putting apartments up and having very transient people, and they are, coming and going. So listen to your citizens. They told you in the master plan, you did 2 surveys, and both of them said they do not want all this development. And stop it. You should have stopped it back then. You've got 2 more being developed. That's enough.
Christine, just so you know, the reason why we pulled the 55 pluses had to do with affordable housing, and we had to, the benefits or the tax breaks that we gave the developers for 55 pluses would have to have also have been given to builders who wanted to put in the high density affordable housings. So the town didn't want to do that. So in order to stop that, we had to stop that.
I knew you must have had a good reason, but
I'm just saying that was the reason.
But I think the people are telling you there's a good reason. A good reason. They don't want this. And you're supposed to represent them, and they don't want that. Look at the people who came out. They don't want this.
You know, Tony DeFrancesco, I'm enlightened, and I'm so pleased that we can come to these meetings and have fun, and we can disagree, and we can agree to disagree, and yet we still talk to each other. Wasn't like that even 6 months ago. So it's encouraging, it's enlightening, and to me, I'm just pleased as punch to be here. So several things. Number one, to the young lady, for the young lady that did all of the work in 2 hours. Whoever she's working for is getting a bargain, because if she can do all that work in 2 hours, that's amazing. And by the way, there's a planning board position available also. Just saying. So, but to that point, you got off on a tangent. You took a left-hand turn, and water came up, right? So let's be clear. For a PUD, water and sewer, public water and sewer, has to be available, and has to be. They have to get their permits for water and sewer from wherever it comes from. Where it comes from doesn't matter, but they have to have public water and sewer in order to get approved for the PUD. Am I correct?
Yep, correct.
Thank you. So, and I'm glad Christine brought this up. So let's talk about the master plan. So the master plan talks about the affordable housing, right? And I've said this many times at the planning board level, and to people who came up to talk in public comment. You have to understand, somebody who owns a piece of land that can be built on and sold is getting paid on a percentage If you're making 10% on a piece of land, are you going to build $1 million house or are you going to build a $100,000 house? Just do the simple math, and if you're a business person, which one are you going to build? That's the problem that we have right now. And the other problem is a lot of people, I won't say everyone because that's not correct, a lot of people said no one is going to be able to afford those homes. No one is going to move into those homes. Guess what? They can't build them fast enough, and people are moving into them. Okay? So I'm sorry Councilor Paul left because she was on a thing about pocket parks not too long ago. You all will remember pocket parks, right? It's a great idea. How do you get pocket parks? Well, you either get a developer to build the pocket park as part of their development, like, for example, in a PUD, or you go to the taxpayers and you put a warrant article and say, we want to buy this $1 million piece of land, $500,000 piece of land, $300,000 piece of land, whatever, and we want to put a pocket park on it. Which one do you want? Do you want a pocket park that a developer pays for and puts in and maintains? Or do you want the taxpayers to have to do it? It's a question you all have to answer, right? I can't answer that, right? And in the back, somebody said, what's in it for me? I live here too. I didn't go to high school here like Kelly did, but I've been here since 1978. I've been here for a while. I've seen a lot, right? Traffic is a question of perception and tolerance. It is a miserable mile. I used to be able to go from the river bridge all the way to exit 4 interchange in a nanosecond. And those of you that know what kind of cars I have will know why. There was no lights, there was no traffic. Literally, it was a nanosecond. And to the young lady's point, who happens to live in South Londonderry, she's right. You're talking 15 minutes to get to the highway now from South Londonderry. That's true. It is what it is. I want to be clear. Not having a PUD does not stop development. It doesn't. Houses are still going to be built. Factories are still going to be built. Let's be clear. The RSAs in the state of New Hampshire say that the owner of a piece of land, excuse me, please.
I'm sorry. I was getting clarification.
The ADHD in me, I can't handle it. I'm sorry, but I can't handle it.
I'm sorry.
I was talking about pocket parks. I'm sorry you weren't here. I'll talk
That's
about
good
it.
of the
Or
ladies.
you can watch the tape. Either way.
Yeah.
And I lost my train of thought. I was at.
They're going to build factories. They're going to build
build. They're going to
houses.
build. All that stuff is going to be built anyway. A PUD does not stop development. People say and I've had people call me, text me, email me, see me at the post office, whatever. You got to stop this development. Can't. If someone owns a piece of land in New Hampshire, they have a right to build on it with the underlying zoning. At least. And Deb, I bristle at when you said that's a scare tactic. I'm not trying to scare anybody.
I wasn't talking about you.
I understand that, but I'm on the planning board, and I've said it.
But that
and I've said it too. So indirectly, you said it to me, and
Okay.
I bristle at that comment because
I'm sorry
not
you
trying
feel
to
that
do. It's rhetorical. I'm not trying to
I
scare
understand.
anybody. There aren't a lot of people that do more research into this stuff than I do. There are some, and there are some that do more than I do. But I will tell you, I'm well researched. And I will tell you that development is going to continue. You cannot stop it. It's impossible. Deb, I was talking about pocket parks.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to have a a warrant article so the town can buy a piece of land and put a park on it, or do you want to have a developer? It's rhetorical. I'm not asking for your opinion. That was where I was at. That was where I was at. So to me, a PUD is a way for a developer to build this kind of a stuff. If we just look at the company that came in last week, okay, this is a cartoon drawing, but initial is 137 acres, 62% of the site will remain undisturbed and open to the public.
Because it's wet, right?
13 acres of parks, 7 miles of trails, playgrounds, and dog parks. This is how you get stuff built for the town to use that the taxpayers don't have to pay for. Now, circle all the way back. What's in it for me? To me, a PUD will help keep the tax rates from rising too much. Because they're always going to rise. They're always going to go up. There's no way to stop that. But to me, a PUD can take a tract of land, make it tax positive, and help to stem the tide of the tax rate. If you just leave it raw land, underlying zoning, no control over it, no nothing, you have a bunch of land, you have no parks, you have no dog, you have nothing. You have nothing but a bunch of roads and a bunch more people because you can't stop it. What's in it for me? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Other than I'd like to try and control some of the tax burden. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think impact fees control the tax.
Good evening.
Hi there.
Hey.
Sandra Legue, 2 Fiddlers Ridge Road. I'm going to tell a story here. I'm going to weave together a lot of the things that I've heard and how I think some things are really positive, some things less so, and probably not going to go in a direction you might anticipate I would with what I'm going to start with. It's important, and has already been said, for us to remember that these parcels are going to get developed whether we like it or not, right?
Truth.
A PUD allows potentially more creative development of land that's going to be built out one way or another. But, and it's a huge but, it hasn't gone like we thought it would, right? So this is where I'm going to weave the things together. You know, I'll go in a couple of different directions, but I loved what the gentleman said, live, work, play. Because I was there, as many of us were, some of us were at those meetings 10 or so years ago, whatever the amount of time was. We didn't have a downtown. And we thought, oh, this could be cool. And I was there, and some of you counselors were there, and some of you didn't live here then. This could be cool. We're going to get some public gathering, some public enjoyment space. It's near the highway. Let's give it a shot. Sean, I know you weren't here. The promises were unbelievable. You would feel like I feel or others feel if you were sitting there at the design charrettes and all that was promised.
Yep.
Okay? What do we have today? Not even a playground. Think about it. Not even a single playground has been built in Woodmont. Now, we can't go back. We're not going to change that. It is what it is. We have to live with that. Think about that. How inexpensive would it have been to put in a beautiful playground? There were ball fields. I can go get the master plan. Click the link. It's on the town website. There were ball fields drawn on some of these. Pick your ball game. Softball, baseball, soccer, lacrosse. You know, could be any one of them. Yep. 0. And what are we, 8 years in? The point of the revision of this PUD is to not make the same mistakes again. That's the point of the revision. I heard it mentioned that the lack of commercial in Woodmont is supply and demand driven. It was a meeting that I wasn't here. I too listen to many of them, not as much as the gentleman who's going to be on the budget committee. Man, he rocks. That was impressive. Okay, but I get chores done. I'm in the yard doing yard work. I'm doing other things when I'm listening. A developer can't control this. That is, a developer cannot control supply and demand as true as an economic principle. That is, in fact, true. But a landowner has to be willing to make and close deals. And there have been deals and opportunities offered that the landowners of current PUDs are not willing to make. So I say these things about playgrounds and ball fields, and it's not just supply and demand. I almost got up off my couch and drove here when they were saying floating that, it's part of what I did in school. Fool us once, shame on, fool us, the town, once, shame on the person fooling us. Fool us twice, shame on us. Us meaning the collective us. From boards to citizens to whomever is in the decision making. We need to be specific. We need to have metrics. We need to have teeth in this ordinance. And anybody who says you leave it a little bit open so that you can be flexible, that is right where a developer will drive a truck through that and run right over us.
Amen.
Do not leave room. And if you pass this ordinance tonight, which I think you should, split personality, I think it should be thrown out.
Me too.
I don't think we should have a PUD anymore. Number one, if you pass this ordinance, it is better. It is better. People did a lot of work. The planning board did a lot of work. They tightened it up. You guys have done a lot of work. It's a step in the right direction, but you have left gaping holes that developers who are driven by profit. Yep. I worked for a multinational corporation for 40 years. It is profit driven. There's nothing wrong with it. That's the way the world works. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I personally benefited from profit driven business. But understand it and stop acting like they're going to be nice to us. You're going to have to force it in the PUD and double down on it in the development agreement. And if you don't, you will have fooled us twice, and that's shame on the collective us. Being pro or con development is like a continuum. Think of it like a pendulum or a continuum of some type. I am on neither extreme end. But I want us to be, because I know there's no going back to 7 Apple Orchard family farms in town. I know there's no going back, and it has more to do with our proximity to Boston and in the 1960s when Route 93 went through. We can't change that. But there are other towns around us being smarter than us. Why wouldn't we learn? Are we so arrogant that we wouldn't learn from the towns that have tighter PUDs than us? Do we think we're so fabulous that we can't learn from neighboring towns? The only towns to me that are relevant are southern New Hampshire, right? Not Massachusetts, not way up northern New Hampshire. Our neighbors who are under the same kind of pressures that we are. Do we want to have the most lenient PUD in southern New Hampshire? So I don't know if we have the courage to say we're not going to have another one, because I know the kind of pressure that you're under. What's really interesting to watch our boards, because I really respect all that you all do, because I know you all have careers and families that are full-time jobs, and that this is a quote-unquote part-time unpaid gig. It's about as unpart-time as you can get. You put in a lot of hours, essentially unpaid. And that's how we get run over by developers, because we are a form of government that is part-time, unpaid, people that come from other careers. And you get swayed. Anybody would. I would. When they sit in here with their high-paid attorneys bowling everybody over. How you protect us in the future, not just right now, but in the future when we're gone, is by having regulations as tight as you can legally make them. So I implore you to, I guess, What would I do if I was in your shoes? I wouldn't be in your shoes because it's an unforgivable position you guys are in. I have to recognize you for that. I really do. I wouldn't do it. You have to, the least you could do was pass what's in there tonight, but immediately take it back up again and tighten up the holes. Immediately. And I'll come every single town council meeting and talk in the public comment asking you to do it if you don't. And it's for the future. It's not for me. It's for the people. It's for the kids behind us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you want to come on up?
This is a new record
Yeah.
for me. First town council meeting and already up here twice. First of all, Mrs. Legault, you did an amazing job. She echoed everything I feel like that the town has been feeling. I do want to mention, though, too, Mr. DeFrancesco in the back, he also mentioned, a resource doesn't matter where it comes from. I do just want to say, so my background is infectious disease. I have a master's in public health. Public health, we really like to say, let's look at the downstream impacts, right? So we can't just say, it doesn't matter, just go ahead, build the PUD, go ahead, build the development without thinking of those downstream impacts. And again, you've heard tonight, traffic is a big burden. And again, Deb and I mentioned, water is an issue too. But again, these decisions come from somewhere. They have impacts downstream. So I feel like, again, just with the PUD, you really have to think of what this downstream impact is to the community. It doesn't matter what it is today, tomorrow, or whatever. Really need to consider all these different avenues, all these, I'm going to say social determinants of health, really how it all files into this. It's more than just that policy decision. It's so much more to it than that. Again, that community decision, just, again, everybody's way of life here in Londonderry. So I just, again, really hope we consider that, take that into account. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
David Armstrong, 30 Sherwood Road. And again, I just want to say that what these people are saying is basically, when I moved here 24 years ago, I moved here because town, rural town, right? Single family homes, not apartments down Gilcrest. The PUD was promised and never happened. Still hasn't happened. Now they're looking at other ones. And to his point, I'd rather have 250 houses or 1,000 houses than 1,000 apartment buildings, because people who live in houses care about the community. People who are in apartment buildings, they're in, they're out. They don't care. Just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Good evening, Ray.
Good evening again. Ray Breslin, 3 Gavy Drive. There was a lot said here. I hope a lot of it you take into account. But we have a new master plan. The old master plan we had pretty much got put on the shelf and some things got implemented, not a lot of really important ones that should have. So now we got a new one. And there were surveys done, and the people spoke. And that's in the new master plan. That's a vision for the planning department and the zoning. That is a vision for the town. That is a vision for the people. That's what the people want. And I hope that any decisions that are made, you open that master plan back up again and see what's in there and see what the vision is for the town. Because these impacts, we understand building is going to happen. More people are going to come. But we have to think about the priorities, the health and safety of the citizens, and the other impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman,
For the record, my name is Kevin Smith. I'm a resident at 6 King Philip Drive. Family's been here since 1986. But I'm here this evening on behalf of Pillsbury Realty Development, who are the owners and developers of Woodmont Commons, and specifically on behalf of Michael Kentenbach, who is the singular owner of the development. Mr. Kentenbach asked me to address comments that were made by Councilor Paul at the April 20 council meeting, as well as statements that were later published in the Londonderry Times, which is also owned by Councilor Paul. At the 420 meeting, Councilor Paul suggested that the Woodmont PUD is not what was originally approved or presented to the community, stating about the PUDs in general, they've done a lot to hurt the town, specifically referencing residential density and the pace of commercial development, as well as the burden to the taxpayers. Then in the May 7 edition of the Londonderry Times newspaper, Councilor Paul was quoted as saying that Woodmont was not implemented correctly, and that the taxpayer could have benefited a lot more from Woodmont if things were done correctly from the get-go. Mr. Kentenbach asked that the record be corrected with facts instead of the fiction that has been presented in both public forums. First, with respect to the balance of commercial and residential development, it is important to remember that one of the very first major projects completed as part of the Woodmont PUD was the redevelopment and expansion of the existing Market Basket Plaza, which was a project explicitly included within the approved Woodmont Commons Master Plan. It's known as WCGL1 in the PUD. That redevelopment brought significant commercial investment to Londonderry, including a new Home Goods and TJ Maxx, which were previously in the Shaw's Plaza. They left there because that plaza had gone bankrupt. It also included the reconstruction and expansion of the Market Basket itself to one of the largest in the state at the time, with the Market's Kitchen. It also included the expansion of the liquor and wine outlet, which, if you're old enough to remember the old one, it was about the size of my basement. And it also included the additional 3 additional retail tenants on the property. When the first phase of Woodmont Commons was developed in WC1, it included not only 87 residential apartments, but also approximately 30,000 square feet of commercial space on the first floor, and also a 12,000 square foot brewery. Since then, Woodmont has continued to add additional commercial development, including more than 50,000 square feet of medical office space. To date, Woodmont has developed approximately 286,000 square feet of commercial space, with many additional commercial projects still planned and forthcoming, all in accordance with the master plan. At the same time, while residential development has occurred as contemplated under the approved PUD, Woodmont has not built, nor even requested approval for, a single residential unit beyond what was authorized under the original plan approved by the town in 2013, which is not even something that Tuscan Village can say. You may recall Tuscan Village had planned this whole area of life science labs until there was no market for life science labs, and they went to the planning board in Salem and asked for it to be converted to residential units. To the contrary, the Woodmont development has proceeded within the framework and density allowances originally approved by this community. Second, with regard to taxpayer benefit, the numbers speak for themselves. As I reported in my annual presentation to the planning board this past April, since breaking ground, Woodmont has generated approximately $15.7 million in net revenue to the town. That's after expenses, police, fire, school, and those numbers come directly from those departments. They don't come from Woodmont. And including more than $2.5 million in net positive fiscal impact in 2025 alone. People may certainly have differing opinions about growth and development. That is fair and it's to be expected. But to suggest that the taxpayers of Londonderry have not substantially benefited from Woodmont is simply not supported by the facts. And beyond direct tax revenue, Woodmont has invested tens of millions of dollars into both private and public infrastructure improvements that benefit the broader community, including roadway upgrades, water infrastructure improvements involving Pennachuck facilities, transmission lines, pump stations, and sewer infrastructure currently under construction along Pillsbury Road. I would simply ask that the public discourse surrounding this project remain factual, balanced, and fair. Woodmont Commons has been one of the most significant economic development projects in Londonderry's history already, and it's not even 50% complete. That's important to note. It was always called for to be a 20-year development build-out so that the town didn't get all of this development at one time. Woodmont broke ground in 2017. We're in year 9 of the build-out. Exit 4A just got completed last year. Reasonable people can debate policy, growth, and planning philosophy, but those discussions should be grounded in accurate information and objective facts, not hyperbolic rhetoric or revisionist narratives. And the last thing I would just add, and because it wasn't in my notes, but it's been said here tonight, first of all, the development agreement is a binding document. Second of all, it is part of the PUD. It's in section 4.5, volume 1 of the PUD master plan. It's in the table of contents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment on the PUD? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ted. Second from Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. Discussion back at the council.
I'm going to start.
Okay.
I think this is an improvement from what we have. I'm not a fan of it. I've listened to people in this community. I'm not a politician. I don't care about politics. I don't think that we should have a PUD ordinance. I think it should be shelved. That's my feeling.
I think that what we have is certainly much more well written than what we had in the past. I was at all the PUD meetings back when it was originally being concepted, back now 14, 15 years ago now, or more now. I was at many of the meetings that went on to midnight to 1 a.m. Certainly I wish that some things could have changed within the document at that time that, may not have gone into effect. But I think what we have before us is a much more well-written document than what we currently have, and I think is easier for people to understand. Our current document, I think, is very long and lengthy and may be hard for people to fully understand all the concepts that are within it. And I think that what our planning board and our planning department have put together is very concise and much easier to understand.
Ron, I just want to add one thing. I know when we started this, you and I had discussions on this as well. My hopes was that we would have shelved this whole PUD thing, worked on it, listened to the public, and then if we got a good working PUD, then bring it up. This is better. I agree. This is better than the first one that we got out there. Still needs a lot of work. That's my feeling.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, please do. Yeah.
My assessment is this. The old PUD was a D minus as far as quality. The new one is a C minus. I say it's a lot, we could do a lot better. We owe it to the public to do a lot better. But with not much left and nobody banging down the door, I don't see any reason why We can't take the time necessary to do it with, Kelly leaving and other people and the planning board being short-staffed. Having such complex things like this puts us in a really, really awful place. And I'm not against building. There is nothing wrong with development if done smartly and correctly and impartially, that both the town and the residents that are here who exist and the new ones coming in are all leaving the table a little unhappy, because that means we got to a good negotiation. So I wanted to clear that up right away. I think that we're opening ourselves up to be taken advantage of, not having a strong department or people in place right at this moment in time. And I think it would be smart, very, very smart of us to say, okay, we have these three, we're working with them, they're still growing. Let's see what the flavor is as they build out. Let's see if people come in. As we hire people for the planning department, then you can sit there and say, okay, we've worked on the ordinance. It's now much, much better. It's much stronger. We have a full-staffed planning department. We can now reinitiate this because we have land available. We've dealt with other issues like traffic, like water. We've got all of that under control. Now is a good time to take a look at bringing it back and maybe moving the town forward again. But for me, my preference is to be smart, put it away for now, put that toy in the closet until we get our ducks in a row, and then move forward. But if that's not the taste of the board, I would then strongly say going for the newer one is much better than the old one. And again, the newer one is a C at best, and the old one was a D minus. That's my opinion.
Good.
Yeah. So I just want to thank Kelly, because when we went down the road with this, you came back to the first vision of the planning board on what this would look like. We took countless hours of staff time, planning board time, public input, public hearings to get to this point. The amount of money and cost and work that went into this was significant. So I'm grateful for all the work that you put in on this, and I'm also sorry to lose you. But besides that, I think, just trying to keep this to what's in front of us tonight. What's in front of us tonight is this ordinance, and if this is an improvement over what we have. And I don't think anyone disagrees that it is. So I would like us to move forward with this and get some improvements in here. I think we took some of the past criticisms of some of the gaps that we saw, and we made a really tight document over the course of, when did we start this? Last October. So it's been a long time. So
I would also like to thank you, Ms. Karen, for all of your help. We've gone back and forth here. You were very patient with us. Thank the planning board, and also thank planning staff, anyone that helped with this document. I feel like this document is much better than what we had. I feel like a lot of the concerns that I had with the old document are addressed in this, and I feel like it also gives us a little bit of flexibility if something comes in and we need to adjust a little bit. So I think it is a much, much more improved document, and I feel like you guys spent a lot of time on it. And as Jake said when he was here, was it 2 meetings ago? Mm-hmm. This is much better, and if we want to make improvements in the future, I think that this is a much, much better than what we have now.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I will move that the Londonderry Town Council adopt Ordinance 2026-06, amendments to the Londonderry zoning ordinance, Section 5.2, Plan Unit Development Ordinance.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
A second from Ted. Any further discussion?
Are you not going to add what Mr. Speltz said about the environmental conservation part of it?
Guess not.
You're not going to add that?
That's in the motion.
He came up and made a suggestion that I thought was very serious. Did he leave?
No, he's right here.
Yeah, sorry. I thought it was a very important suggestion. I don't know if you're going to, move it forward with his change, which would be fine. But I think that you really should think about conservation.
Okay.
Motion
I'm fine with the way it's written now. And I feel like it's much better than it was.
Not much. Not much.
Yeah.
Did you not hear me? D minus to a C is not much.
I heard you.
It's not much.
Any other further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes the affirmative. Deb and Dan voted no. 3-2. Motion carries.
Thank you for coming.
Yep.
Good night, Kelly.
Up next, we had a resident, Maura Ryan, put in a request for the town council. She sent an email saying that she wanted to withdraw it. So it was withdrawn by Maura. Up next, discuss and request from the Library Board of Trustees additional funding for repairs to the library envelope, Phase 2, HVAC replacement. Donna, are you taking this? Okay. Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. With me tonight, I have...
Please sit if you want to chat, or if you...
I have Beth Morocco, who's the vice chair of the Board of Trustees, and I also have Kevin McGee, who is our project manager right now from Reart Construction.
Excellent. Welcome. You're being patient.
So I know tonight we're here to bring to you the scope and the estimate for Phase 2 of the project, but in order for you to make a decision about Phase 2, I also think you need information about where we are with Phase 1 currently.
Please.
So what I did is I put together 3 very simple slides just today. It's all information that you have already received and that the public has, but I just reformatted it to hopefully make it more digestible. So that's what I'm going to go through with you. And
please.
Then Kevin will be able to, if you have any specific questions about the more technical work of the scope, will be able to speak to that better than me, where I'm not a construction expert. More than I've ever expected, I will say.
You might know more than you wanted to know, right?
Yeah. All right, so where we currently are with Phase 1. So I wanted to spell out that Phase 1 really turned into 2 different projects. One I've put in the green box and one in the blue. So the green is what we kind of came to you with the initial contract from REARC that looked at the building investigation, where we knew there were issues happening really behind the walls, or really more than what we knew at the time, in terms of leaks and insulation issues and that sort of thing. So those reports are attached to the agenda tonight so that you can look through what we have so far. There was also mold remediation work, and these recommendations most of them came directly from the extensive mold testing that was completed. Included duct cleaning, replacing flex ducts, which we brought to you as an additional cost at a prior meeting. And there was also a recent ask for additional remediation based on the results of the testing. And then finally, the repairs that resulted from the mold damage and that exploration work that was happening, which include replacing ceiling tiles, repairing drywall, doing some extensive painting, and also cleaning the carpet. And then on the blue side, on the right side of the screen, you'll see what was required for the pipe burst, which is more the scope of what the insurance is covering. So that was a repair to the radiator, water damage restoration with ServPro. They are recommending carpet replacement, which we've come and asked for, like a carpet upgrade from you at a previous meeting. There's also moving expenses because of our large collection that needs to be moved when we replace the carpet. There's also electrical work involved, carpentry work, drywall painting, carpet cleaning. So the reason why I highlighted specifically the drywall painting and carpet cleaning is to show you that that's really the only overlap in these projects in terms of the scope. When we get to cost estimates, I did the same thing here. I laid out what the council has authorized for funds so far, a total of $404,554. And then what is committed to be received from Primex for the insurance claim at $335,871.94. What I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page about is that there isn't, because there's not a lot of overlap in the scope between the two projects, we can't really say that the insurance is completely reimbursing, and we can subtract from the $400,000 that town council has authorized, if that makes sense. Yeah. So really it's close to two separate projects where it's what council has authorized and then what insurance is covering. Went back. Does that make sense? Any questions?
Any
there?
questions on that? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So looking ahead at phase 2. So we've split it up into a part A and a part B based on the scope of work that we felt was the most essential. And honestly, part A needs to happen in the short term in order to prepare better figures for part B. So what we're looking at time-wise is that part A could happen between this fiscal year and next fiscal year. This includes engineering and design work to raise the rooftop units, because right now they're sitting in like what we're calling a bowl, which is, I think, causing a lot of issues that we've had over many years. And I think the external envelope consultant is confirming that. The preventative measures that are needed until we can replace the rooftop units, so that would include renting some cooling units that can help us control the humidity in the building, because right now our rooftop units are not capable of controlling that humidity, and it's created an environment where mold can grow. So we want to make sure that we're not adding to that environment, we're preventing that from happening again. And also through the winter months, installing glycol into the heating system so that it can help us prevent that freezing that's we've been seeing for several years. So both of those are included in the estimate for Part A, as well as some essential recommendations that were brought forth through the external envelope reports and investigations, including some issues with insulation that were flagged. So over the winter months, we won't be essentially heating the outdoors through some issues that have been caught, thankfully. We want to make sure we're using taxpayer funds efficiently and not letting that continue to happen. So that is just one area of concern that those reports showed. Just as an example, I was bringing that forth as an essential. And then Part B would be the actual work of raising the rooftop units and replacing the rooftop units, making sure that they have that humidity control function we really need.
I love that this is broken down into phases where you've got it in parts, not just a big list, so good job on that.
Thank you. Do either of you want to add anything to what I've...
You covered it all. I think one thing I'd like just to highlight with regards to the rooftop unit right now, because the indoor doctor, who's the independent mold testing agency that you hired, said that the rooftop units need to maintain a humidity control of 50%. So, because when we did the exterior envelope consultant from CX Associates, who did multiple reports on the investigation that we did in the building, that's the one thing we were not able to test the rooftop units to confirm that they can maintain it, but based upon number one, that you have mold. We couldn't find the mold issue. It's kind of generating from inside and constantly growing, as well as just talking to the staff that, you know, that units are not going to be able to maintain the 50% humidity as required by Jeff Bradley and the indoor doctor. So that's hence why we have the temporary cooling units, as Donna mentioned, for 2 years. And eventually those have to be done, because the negligence that happened over the years of the rooftop units, they're long past their life expectancy. So you're eventually going to have total failure. You already have failure on one unit for the one historical room in the front, but so you have a couple of rooms that basically they're still working, limping along, but you know, they're at the end of their life based upon the reviews that we have, and that will also be part of the design work, is to have mechanical engineer come in and verify what you need and so forth, and to make sure you have the most efficiency units in the future.
I also, sorry, while you're getting the mic back, I just wanted to add too with the glycol that there was a note from the contractor or the company that we contract with that put an estimate together for us that it is very likely when they install the glycol that they could find more leaks that we're not currently aware of in the system, and that could lead to having to make some more repairs. So I just wanted to note that.
I don't have much to add to it other than the board had reviewed the documents that REAC had provided for us. Donna's really done a really thorough job, as you can see, kind of taking really complex stuff and breaking it down to make it really easy to digest. And it's really clear that this building, you know, we got off lucky. There's a lot of materials in this building, and it could have damaged a significant amount of things that would have to be replaced. So we just really want to make sure that we are addressing the humidity levels, because if the mold returns, we've kind of all done this for nothing. So we just really want to be thoughtful about the long-term plans and just making sure we're doing right by the community and not having to do this again.
Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
Do you guys know the age of the rooftop units currently? I can't remember off the top of my head.
They're about like 30 years, or some along that line. But it's not only this. That is the. I'm sorry, Mr. Cummins. They're between 25, 30 years old, but they're also the condition of them because it's neglected for so many years that when we were coming to do the filter replacements, we had a lot of the exterior components that are stainless steel were falling apart.
Yeah.
Just because the neglect of the year. So.
And I've seen commercial units go bad within 5 to 10 years.
Absolutely,
So,
I've seen last a little bit longer if kind of well maintained and go through. But we saw the neglect when we opened up the ductwork and everything that was inside of it.
yeah, I was quite surprised when you said 30 years. That's not good.
Well,
They should have been replaced a long time ago.
I think I want to say by like between 20s or 30s, but it's they're well past their life cycle.
Right.
The one thing I would want to do is we're not able to test them in the wintertime. They were able to produce heat, but we couldn't test the humidity control because there was no humidity we had to extract out of the air at the time.
Well, and they're probably also too old to be able to fully be tested properly.
That is true too as well.
I can add to, in terms of the history of the rooftop units, I don't have the dates in front of me. I do have the exact age and when they were installed. I know that the unit serving the lower level of the building is original to the addition, which is at its 30-year mark.
That's not good.
And unfortunately the lower level is probably the area that has the worst humidity problem, just because it's the lower level. So there's that. The units that serve the large room and the children's room have been replaced more recently, but they're still they're showing signs as if they've exceeded their life expectancy at this point. And I did in getting the quote together for the rooftop units being replaced. E&E looked at the original plans for the addition and what units should have been installed, and found that the only unit that was installed with humidity control components was for the historical room. So we know that the other 3 units did not have any humidity control installed.
Well, with my many years working in property management and construction, certainly those units should have been replaced a very long time ago. And certainly with the people who go in there, from our employees to our townspeople and to our books and our documents that are there, we really need to have the proper equipment servicing that building. So certainly this is a great plan to move forward with.
Any other questions for? Well, I want to thank you for putting this together like this, because this, I think, helps a lot of the questions that I get and maybe others get too, as far as, one of the questions I get, when is this going to stop? You're like,
No.
Every time you're approving more money. So I think breaking it down like this is very helpful and shows the public where we're spending the money. So I appreciate you doing that. It's very helpful.
Good, I'm glad. And I believe the plan is for decision to be made June 15th.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to thank you for that too, because I made a request, getting the materials early, and we've got it really early. So this is
Yeah.
great. Thank you for
Yep, tried to get everything that
Yeah.
we could get you at. Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate your
you.
patience till 9:30 at night. So thank you. All right. Up next, we have discuss and provide guidance to the town manager on the fiscal year 2028 budget. You starting off, sir? Or are we having?
Certainly, the TC 901 it requires the council to give guidance to the manager in regards to what it is looking for in terms of the budget for the incoming year, that being FY28. Obviously, FY27 starts in a matter of weeks on July 1. And as soon as you provide that guidance, finance will turn around and issue the guidance document to the departments to start developing their budget. So that's the first part of that. And there's also, I need to provide you with a budget schedule, which you and I both worked on with the budget committee and the school board. So we have that as well. We can certainly talk about, but I'll let you talk about the guidance piece first.
Did anyone have any questions about the budget schedule? We'll start with that because that was something that we discussed.
I don't have a question.
Yeah, please.
But
Any input?
as one counselor, I'm very excited about really being busy this summer and working by department and maybe even zeroing out some of it to actually capture what is really going on in the departments and where the money it needs to be applied. So I, as one person, am very excited to start these budget meetings we were going to have. I think they're supposed to start in June or July. I can't remember. But I'm so excited to sit with each department, give them the adequate time that they need, and so for us to go through every single line. I really think it's a great exercise to zero it out. Not something you should do every year, mind you, but it should happen every 3 to 5 years to see, that one line gets, they're moving stuff around because it's a bottom line budget. But if you don't see where they're moving it to fix it, you can't make that department better. So I might be moving money all the time over to this area in my department because the software's outdated, the equipment's outdated, whatever the reason, or there's a lot of overtime because of it, you're not seeing it. So you can't ever fix why that department is going over because they're just moving it around. By making them go through it as a good exercise, businesses do it all the time, just to look at, okay, let's really see what is needed in this department so that you can not only adjust, but fix what's wrong. So moving forward, you won't see that overage all the time because you would have fixed the problem. So it's spending that time to get that. And I don't think this ever been done in the town of Londonderry, where we said to the departments, okay, zero out your budget, come back to us, explain your personnel, explain what you're paying them, explain what they do, explain how this works, and then why is this necessary? You say you need, $20 million for this. Well, that's great, but why? And knowing that is really good because then we as counselors can justify, okay, you went over because you needed to upgrade this whole system because it was making Sean and Ron have to work overtime more, so that made the payroll bill go up. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But you at least know where it came from as to why we had to pay them more was because they had to work more because of this ineffectiveness right here. So it allows you to get a true snapshot of what's going on in each department and how we, as we're supposed to, better help them do their job better and efficiently and save the taxpayers money.
Are we doing that?
No, that's why I'm confused here. So the schedule, the departments have to submit their budget to finance by the end of July, and then they will work with finance to work on the details of that budget. And I call it buffing it out to make sure the numbers are correct. And then they'll make those presentations to me, and then I'll present a budget, the operating budget, by the end of October, because we won't have health insurance numbers until at least mid, if not the end of October. So I want to be very clear about that, because nothing that I've provided in documentation indicates any of what was just said. So I want to be careful about that. We are going to start early, I'm proposing, with the CIP pieces, because we'll have that process.
I remember distinctively talking about this, and you said that whole thing to me. We don't do a zero-out budget. Sometimes do, blah, blah, blah. And that we were going to start early, meeting with the departments, talking with them to better understand what their needs are. Like, I hate to beat a dead horse, but HR, what she needed to be more effective and more efficient at her job and why. I thought that was something we were going to do, but whatever.
So, as I indicated, the CIP process will go on throughout the summer. By September and October, we should have those in the warrant articles, which is something we normally do at the end. I want to do it at the beginning. So that will help to speed up the process, hopefully. That is the plan, to do that. So we'll have those meetings in, again, September, October, once we work through that piece. So that, again, should help out with that process. What I propose is priority-based budgeting. And we had some discussions about that. We don't think we're really ready for that yet. The first thing is to develop a strategic plan, and then to go through that process. As you know, we've made changes last year in terms of the budget. If the department wants additional staffing, they have to actually fill out documentation for that and justify that. So we started that last year. Those documents are still on the website right now from the last budget process. So we'll be doing that again. But other than that, we're not reforming the budget process yet. We talked about taking this at a slower pace and doing the strategic plan first, and then look at priority-based budgeting after that is done. So the council didn't dismiss that. It just wanted to take its time to be able to go through the process, which is not uncommon. So,
Ron, you had mentioned there's a calendar of events. I don't see a calendar. Where's the schedule?
Do we put it on the agenda or just in the
it's in my
email?
status report that I sent out to the council.
Thank you. Okay.
We went over.
I was just looking at the documents. I didn't see it in the documents here.
The budget schedule we went over allows a lot of flexibility. So if we find that we need more of one department than another, we can switch, we can alter as we go if we want
of
the
course.
budget committee to join us. That's why I felt like.
No, I was just confused because I didn't see in our documents here. That's all.
Any further guidance or questions? I know that you and I had talked about doing 3 budgets. In seeing how that worked out, I think that would help the council to do that up front, as opposed to kind of like trying to do it on the last week of December, like we were doing last year. So if you could still do that, that would be great. Present that to the council, so that we kind of have an idea of what the fault is, and what the CIP and the consumer price index is. And
I guess he's got to create them. I mean, it takes time to create 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what I'd rather see is if you're going to take time to create them, one, you create something and then you do annotations of what's different rather than create 3 budgets. But on top of that, I guess we just got done with the library and a big amount of money and everything else. I just want to see what default looks like, and we kind of go from there. By then, we're going to know more what the year's going to turn out with. But if he's going to develop something, having that first gives us a better idea where to start, and then we could go to the other ones, because just having him do 3 at once, I think, is a hard.
I see our finance director is here. Do we want to approach our finance director with that question?
Absolutely.
If that's even accomplishable for him to do so?
He's been very patient this evening, so.
I can also speak to what the budget committee is going to be requesting.
Come on up, Kate.
Okay.
Come on up, yeah. We're all
To
inclusive
see you
here.
in the corner.
Come on
I
up.
didn't know you were here.
Nice.
Thank you. Hi, Kate Burbidge, Chair of the Budget Committee. So the Budget Committee is going to be requesting what the budget is for default, what the department's requested, library, fire, police, etc., and then what the town manager, after working with the finance director, is going to put forward to the town council, and what the differences are between all 3 of those different budgets. That means there is no creation of 3 separate budgets, because the department heads come up with their budget, the town manager is their budget, and the default budget is what it is, right? So that doesn't put an onus on the finance department to come up with all these different budgets. And when the budget committee has their meetings, that's going to be our primary focus, is what did you request? Why was this cut? What is default? And what does that all sort of look like, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm going to ask that we request. So.
Excellent.
I like that idea, Kate. That works well.
Okay, thank you.
I like whatever saves Justin time.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, our ERP system doesn't make it easy. So a lot of this is done through Excel and a combination of the ERP and everything else. What Kate had mentioned is if you look at our current budget online, you'll essentially see exactly that. You'll see the department budget, you'll see the town manager budget, and you'll see the default budget. And you'll see the difference of, one line item, DPW, for example, with the new hire, they were looking to get a plotter down at the DPW station. That way they didn't have to constantly come up here. That's one of the items that was cut out. So if you look at there, you'll see a $10,000 decrease in that line item from the department budget to the town manager budget. And then there's also obviously the town council budget. So ideally 3 budgets will take a significant amount of time, especially where you're now looking at, if you're looking at just a percentage, nothing else, have a great day. Well, where are we going to be cutting if we don't meet that? We're doing that early, and it's at that point it becomes that's not a decision for me to make. I don't know if it's a decision for Sean or you guys, but at that point, if we're looking to make cuts that significant, I go back to a couple of years ago when we were looking at cutting 4%. I came to you guys and said, hey, you said 4% without wages. This is what we can do. You guys have to make the decisions because you're now looking at cutting positions. Mm-hmm. So, as always, we'll do what we can. We'll do it to the best of our ability, and we'll do our best to make sure that everybody understands it. In talking with Kate, there's a couple of things that we're going to be adding to the budget that I understood. However, after talking with Kate, I understand that it may not be as clear because not everybody sees it every day like I do. Richard, are you still here? Richard, for example, if you guys remember, we have that tax rate sheet. At one point, he called me up and said, hey, what's a penny on the tax rate? And I went and told him, he's like, I can calculate it, but not everyone can. So now at the top, it says X amount is a penny on the tax rate. Mm-hmm. Little things like that is what we're trying to do to make sure that everybody understands it better and make sure everybody sees where everything is going. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out there. So essentially, we're looking for guidance so we can start meeting with the departments and get into more detail and make sure that we're getting you guys what you need to sooner. But as Sean mentioned, health insurance is one of our biggest expenses. The property liability insurance is another big one. We're not getting those till middle of October. And I can tell you there was one year where we had a bond fall off that it hurts me still to this day. I was excited about being able to potentially present a budget that is lower as an actual request, not just doing it, but then health insurance came in significantly higher and everything changes. So we can present a budget, but if health insurance skyrockets, we're cutting those down. So that's one of the hesitance of starting earlier is we're kind of at the mercy of the October rates that we get for health insurance.
Any further questions for Justin? Mm-hmm. Anything?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. So what is the guidance that we're giving to the town manager?
We're going to do Kate's suggestion.
Okay, so what I'll do is
wait, hold on a second. Can you just tell me what Kate's suggestion is? Because
Oh.
you're required to produce a default budget by statute.
Yep.
So you have to do that anyway. Departments are going to be directed to produce a budget they think they need to run their department. Then I'm going to have to make decisions to get down to, so you're going to have 3 budgets.
Right.
So the question is, what do you want the budget that gets presented to you from me? What do you want that to look like? What is your guidance? What are your parameters that you want me to develop when I do that? I'd rather do that at the beginning of the process and then instead of being here in December, we got to cut this much out and then we got to run around and try to figure that out. So if you could tell me that now, which is I think the intent of this whole TC 901, I'm guessing, I wasn't here when they created it back in 2008, but I'm guessing that's the reason why they probably did that. Again, I wasn't here then. So what is the guidance for that budget that you'd like me to present to you?
I mean, are we looking at saying, we want no more than a 2%, 3%, 4%, whatever it is, increase? I don't know. Got to give them guidance. Got to know where to go here.
I guess it's hard to say without seeing what default looks like. Again, with like the CPS, some of our default costs might make that budget really high this year. I mean, it could be a substantial gain, and then when we include the cost of insurance, I don't know what that looks like remotely. If all of a sudden default is $6 million more dollars than last year, well, then my guidance would be, I don't want anything extra because that's a giant jump. If it's like 3 million, then I'm like, okay, let's see what our needs are. And some of them are, you know, because we've got a DPW facility coming up. We've got a lot of other things. We've got a library that's going to have some things that's going to be needed in the next year. So we've got to see what the baseline is before we start adding on the frosting to the cake. And it's hard to give guidance if I don't know what the cake is. Now, what you suggested there, you did say there's a maximum. And I think that guidance is you know, potential to give. We could give like, okay, don't go over this. But I can't say, hey, let's shoot a whole bunch more without knowing what that looks like.
So, do you have any suggestions, Danny? 'Cause I think I'd like to see default also. I'd like to see what that looks like. And then
So
go
here's
from
my
there.
issue with default, okay? This town has been operating below default for years. We are in the rears, okay? Because of this. Look at our buildings, all right? We have a huge investment in these buildings. We need to maintain them, like it or not, all right? The library is a total disaster. We have South Fire that has a lot of issues, okay? I would suggest that you meet with the fire chief and tour these buildings and see what needs to be done. I think it's be enlightening. But I'm not a fan of, let's go below default. We've been doing this for years, and we are in the rears of maintaining what we should be maintaining. So
I think it's easy to talk about arbitrary numbers. So in the end of the day, we go through this budget season and we go for months and we're like, oh, can we shave this off? Can we shave that off? Why don't we go the other way and take a look at, okay, we see what default is. Now I know I'm going to need to do that. Now I know I need to fix the fire and maintain it. And I know. So we go through budget and we start there, and we, instead of like going, what can we take back? It's like, what do we add on because we need X and we need that. And when the departments present, this changes the conversation about how we've done budgeting in the past. Instead of just having people come forward and us trying to shave off stuff and get into that and go back and forth, we go, yeah, that's a need. We all see it. That's blatantly obvious. We need to maintain our ability to do stuff because there is an amount of when we're trying to be too cheap, we end up spending a ton more money to try to save money, and it ends up biting us when we got rooftop units that are 30 years old. And so knowing that, like seeing where it's at, where that start is, and then knowing, okay, add on this, add on top of that, and seeing what the department needs are, like Kate outlined, I think helps guide that discussion. So for me, that was perfect, what she said. I'd like to see the default. I'd like to see what the department asks are, and then we take a look at that, and we can move up from there. We don't need to move back from there and start on an aspirational amount that's arbitrary at this point. Let's look at where we start and build up, and add it with real, specific, concrete needs that we can address and justify.
I feel like this goes back to what I just said. I feel like we're not looking at what's being. That's exactly what I just said.
Yeah, that's why I asked. I was curious.
I mean, I don't know if that's the proper way to do it, but if you go department by department, biggest spend at the first one. This is the biggest department we have. Okay, what do we have in it? What can we do to make it better? And how can we get there? Then you know that default is way under because you need to do A, B, C, D, and E to make this department better. But you're never going to make that department better until you really know, because they're moving money around to cover the losses. So you're not seeing an actual picture. I'm not explaining this right. I know I'm not.
This goes back to me what I said earlier about we made changes that, to me, I thought it was clear because I'm doing this every single day. So if you look at the schedule last year and you look at it this year, you meet with specific departments on specific days. Where before it was here's the budget, what do you want to talk about? Where nothing, like you were saying, is you're not going into detail. So at those meetings where you have finance there, They're there to answer all those questions of, well, what was taken out of the budget? Why is this line over?
Well, see, taking it a step further, Justin, you have no money. What are your top things that must have to have a finance department? You said you need a better software thingy, right? Now, to have that better software thingy, do you need different types of people? What kind of people? What do you need different hardware? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, this way, we know that you need this. It's going to cost X. How do we get the X? It then becomes, how do you get the X? And you're making sure that what you're doing is making your department effective and efficient and easier for you so you don't get burnout. That's how I see it, but I don't understand how it works in the government world. I understand how it works in the regular people world. But in this world, I don't understand it. But do you know what I'm saying? Justin, if you could close your eyes and money was no object, and you could... why are you laughing?
No.
It's a serious sales question, and that's what I'm telling you. I want to know what it takes to run your department, like perfect world, what you need to make your department perfect. That's where you start. And then you say, how do we change that to fit into what we have? But that's how I see it. But these guys know more about budgeting than me, so I'm just going to sit here and be quiet now.
Mr. Chair.
Kate came back first. I'll go to you, Dan.
I've my question is, default budget being what it is there a way we could say, okay, default budget, department heads, try not to go over department plus, default plus whatever the CPI is as of July 1st, 2026. And we try to have them stay within that box. I feel like that's a reasonable limit to maybe potentially put and say, hey, here's what default is. You can go up to, I think CPI is projected to be about like 3.7%. You can go
4.4 is what it is.
4.4%. You can go 4.4% over default budget. What can you get with that if you go over default? And that's where we can start to pare back that budget without giving them that unlimited boundary. Here's default, here's what you can go over by. What does that look like?
So I agree with that. The one thing I know I'm going to get a question on, because I get it every year, is what CPI do we use? Just to make sure that we're
correct,
consistent, and probably the more local, the better.
Yep.
So we're talking 4.5, you said?
I sent it out to you today. It's 4.4 for the Northeast region.
Okay, so why don't we go with,
Do we have anything more specific than that, or is that about as specific as
The
it is?
Boston one comes out every couple of months. So we don't have the Boston-Cambridge one.
Historically, we've used the Boston, Cambridge, Newton, Mass, New Hampshire.
Right.
CPI.
And we won't get that for another month.
So, Mr. Chair, what if we looked at 4% to start off?
Well, you said it was, what was that one?
4.4, so I'm saying
Yeah,
4. I'm
okay.
saying 4%.
Yeah.
Come up with 4%.
No more than, not come up with, but
Yeah, from your default, go 4%.
per
What
department.
I'd like to see out of that also.
The department needs, not in the we need a default budget, we need department needs. The department needs should not exceed 4%.
Okay.
Yeah. And, when you're looking at that, Justin, it's like, what do our buildings need to maintain?
He's not deciding. You keep looking at him. I'm the one who decides what budget I present to you.
I'm sorry.
We're talking about
I'm sorry.
default plus 4%?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that you're issuing that guidance.
No. Hold on.
Yeah, I want to make sure I clearly understand
I did not say that. So
I said
Well, that's because my question is, if default is what default is, there's nothing we can really do. Well, and we certainly can change some things within default and whatnot, cut things here and there if we want to. But there is. I'm trying to figure this out. Like, I feel like the default budgeting and the way we do default budgeting is so limited. If we didn't request something last year, that kind of, you shoot yourself in the foot for the following year. It's like, if you don't have this money and you don't spend this money, you don't get it. It's that,
It's a cascading effect that's in a negative direction.
So I'm trying to pull ourselves out of that.
So that's if you look at default budgeting as a true default, which when you dive into, and John Farrell said it for years about default budgeting is so screwed up in the state, and looking through how default budgeting is calculated, I don't believe it's a true default in a way. There's some things that probably need a little more. There's some aspects of that formula that need a little less. I think that's why we look at that as here's a starting spot, but then we go up from there and see what we need to like make sure it addresses our needs. If we see stuff in default that we don't need, we pull it out, but this is need-based, but it's just a starting point because default has to be statutorily generated anyway. So it's a good starting point because we have to do it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please, I do.
Justin, do you have access to what was presented to us in November for how much of a percentage that was above default?
Give me a minute, I can pull that up.
So that everyone has a better, clearer picture upon what we actually were presented with that the departments needed for financials.
So you're saying how much default increased from?
No, I'm saying how much were we presented with a budget for above the default?
You talking beginning or end?
Beginning.
Okay.
And the other thing is, we talking about the total budget or just that one line item in there that you passed for the operating budget? Because at the end of the day, as you know, the tax rate is on all those things that are added up in there. So you should think about what that means as well.
Well, right now I'm just asking for.
No, what I'm talking about, those before you get done tonight, I would like to actually have some guidance that I can understand, that I can translate and I can transmit to other people and say, this is what we have to do. And that includes everything or not everything. So I just want to make sure I understand that, because this is one of the few places where I see we're talking about this here, but all this other stuff, well, we don't worry about that, because I don't know if you realize what the tax rate increase is right now.
So let me ask.
With all those things.
What would be your suggestion for the percentage? Do you have any thought?
Yeah, I actually do. I think you should look at what would be a tax cap budget, a CPI budget, period. What does that look like? You're going to get what the departments are recommending, what they think they need to run their departments. So that's going to be at this end. And then you're going to have what would be a tax cap budget, what would be a CPI budget. That's normally how that runs. And also what you have for a growth in your community.
So I guess where I'm confused then is because, like Dan has suggested 4, and that's actually higher than that. And you said 4 is a lot, but then
When you add it on top of default, it is. Because remember, that's increasing your budget.
Right.
To put it in perspective.
So it's not the same formula. Period.
We keep fixating on what the default budget is. The budget's what we make it, and it may be less than what the default budget is, but it's what we determine it needs to be. And if we want to set a number of what that's going to be, you're going to get what the departments are recommending. And I've told them, you need to come out and tell us what you need. That's going to be this number. And then you have to decide, what can you afford? If you're saying we're going to allow the government to grow at the rate the economy grows only, which is what a tax cap would be, not that we have one here, although for years you've acted like you've had when you've been below default or at default. So if that's the guidance, so be it. If it's just give us a budget of what you think you need, that's going to be a higher number. And what's going to happen is you're going to come in like you did last year, because you talked about the things we needed and you cut it. So why bother do that? Let's start at the beginning to say we don't want any more than this, and then you'll know what that looks like. And maybe you don't want that. Maybe you say that's too much of a cut, and then we know what the department heads. You're going to have that number, and you'll be able to pick and choose, which is what you're supposed to do at the end of the day.
So I'm happy
Justin,
starting with the tax cap budget and going up from there as suggested.
Justin, can you go forward? Thank you.
So the amount that was initially presented above default was 1.84%.
1.8?
1.4.
Above default, 1.84%. Above
1.84.
default. I want to emphasize that it's above default, not above last year's.
Yeah.
Right. So
that sounds good. Actually, that's where we started last year.
Yeah. Right, that's where we started last year, and we still kind of whittled a little bit off at the top in the end. And so certainly 4% would have been quite a bit more beyond that, obviously, as we're discussing.
Get a lot
but
of
it only
stuff
would have
done.
been about 2% more beyond that. And then, so Justin, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's getting late into the night, we passed a budget that was beyond default in March. What is that percentage beyond the default?
Including all the warrant articles? Or
Not
just-
including?
No, not.
Not just for the operating budget right now.
this year. .08%
1.08%.
above the default budget.
And that was a total number of 600 or 700, right?
514.
514, thank you. I believe the prior year it was closer to 7. So 514, and it was basically 1%. So 4% would have been about 2 million?
Based on
Rough
this,
math?
Again, it depends on what default goes to.
Right.
Right, I'm just doing rough math. If
Based on
500,000
last
was
year's,
1%,
probably, yeah.
if 500,000 was 1%, 4% would have been 2 million.
I guess I'm okay with that.
Some, Mr. Chair, what if we?
Right, and
go
so
with
we
what
were
the town
asking
manager
only for
suggested?
1.84
With the cap.
for the departments to actually get
Yeah,
what they needed
well,
to actually
we're still
operate
discussing, but
correctly.
Sean, go with that cap.
You guys,
I like
What do you want?
retention though with one.
I'm kind of talking here, and you're all just kind of talking over me, which I thought we were trying to get over.
Sorry, Ted. Sorry.
So, if what the departments had presented to us was 1.84%, we passed just about 1% above the default. And, there were some items that, maybe the departments might have needed to actually accomplish what they wanted. If we're sticking at potentially the 1 to maybe 1.5%, but maybe what we're accomplishing this past year's budget might have fixed some of what we're needed. So having our departments go back and realize, what do we need now? What do we still need going forward? Maybe it's not a 1% going forward. Maybe it might be more, but it might be less than the 1% over default. So I think going through our process of having our departments actually realizing, what do we still need now? Knowing it's probably not going to be a 4%, but it might not. It might be closer to our 1, maybe 1.2 at most. So it's good to have our facts going, looking back and looking forward.
What Sean said, and I like what
Yeah.
Sean said.
Yeah.
I'm kind of good with the two Seans, and we can talk
I-
about it further at
Yeah.
another meeting. I mean, it's not like you have to. You can move
Yeah.
it forward, and you could still bring it up again.
Yeah.
And get it. And this way, you could all go home and digest it, look it up, do some research, and come back with maybe a different answer. But moving it forward, I say do what the Sean's and Sean said. There you go.
I like the idea of bringing a budget together that we're not first just hacking at the
Yeah,
beginning.
we go-
So I'd rather, if we're going to go to what you were saying, Kate, is I feel like that Kate's solution was kind of right in line with what I was thinking, but is let's do that method, and then that way we've got the base, and then we can add from there, as opposed to where last year we were kind of taking things away.
So what I think is, and Sean's going to end up saying this soon, because we've all said kind of the same thing, but we haven't defined any of it. So I think, I don't know, the default plus 1, and kind of we build up from there, and we go through the budget season, we look, and we have the departments present our needs, and that's kind of what the initial looks like.
And then what we could think about doing too is if we limit it to 1%, because it doesn't fit in their budget this year, what might they ask for next year in lieu of that? Knowing that they have that limitation put upon them, and if we feel like it would be better to bring that forward this year rather than next year, that's something that we could consider as well.
One of the best things I remember from 2 budget seasons ago is body cams coming up, and both me and you jumped on that and go, you know what? And Kim said, not this year, and we're like, no, this year. We pulled that forward because that was essential public safety equipment for our workers. So good stuff like that.
Stuff like that, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So from everything we've heard, what do we want to communicate to?
I like the
all
default
lieutenant?
plus 1.
Okay. Ted?
I think the default plus 1, I think having some wiggle room, 1.2 potentially, depending upon what our departments really need going forward. But
I liked his idea, town manager's idea.
Okay. Deb?
I I'm indifferent about it.
Okay.
I think it's just good to know, having a starting point,
Yeah.
what we're looking at potentially
Good.
for a potential increase. And if it's that 1% was, last year was 500,000-ish, it's good to know where we're at.
So does that direction seem clear? Is that decent?
Default plus one.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Does that include everything or not everything?
It's the numbers, you can probably explain it better. The numbers you just gave us and we were talking about, if you want to put that in.
So you're talking about the operating budget only, not all the other stuff that adds to
Yeah,
the tax
yeah,
rate.
not sewer, yeah.
Well, I'm not talking about sewer. There was a whole bunch of other things that got passed at the last minute
Yes,
that
yeah.
increased that tax rate.
Right.
Yeah, not the addition.
So that's all extra.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's the guidance from the
Why
council,
wouldn't you include
I want you to
everything?
vote on it and tell me that's what you want me to do.
Everything that got passed. Why wouldn't you include
so-
everything that got passed?
So I don't think that's what Sean's saying. Sean is saying the entire next year's ballot, not last year. Because last year, for example, the fire executive assistant was passed. That's part of default this year. So that's included in there. He's talking about if we were to go and ask for additional personnel, do you want it default plus 1%, including that additional personnel, or just their operating budget? If I'm understanding
Well,
you
there's also
correctly.
capital reserve funds that had
Correct.
tax, that you increase that. So the tax rate is not what the operating budget is, it's everything in there. So I'd like to get clear guidance as to what you're looking at, because I think I calculated the tax rate that would be, that would go into effect is a 14% increase with all those warrant articles that were actually approved.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm talking about fiscal constraint and what it is you're looking for. Because I can say, okay, I'm making this, the warrant article for the operating budget. Then you add all the other stuff in there, and the tax rate does that. So
I think
you
we
should
may
look
need
at
to
your
look at it
budget.
both ways.
You should look at your budget as a total budget.
Okay.
All of the cost that affects the tax rate. I would suggest to you, we somehow don't do that, and we kind of add those things on afterwards. That's an afterthought. This requires people to prioritize what we need to do. It will be painful. No question about it. So that's the kind of guidance I'm looking for, because otherwise, there's really no control of what the numbers are going to be until the very end of the process. I don't think anybody realized in here that that would result in a 14% tax rate increase, even though I sent an email out to that effect.
I think it's a good point.
I think you got to include everything.
Yeah, I think you got to include everything.
I think you got to do what he's suggesting. Never mind the 1%.
Being what he just talked about.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying
But if
the
we put,
operating plus one.
but we put the restraint on it.
That's the opposite of putting restraint on it. That's
No.
doing another 14% tax hike.
I know, but with what Sean is saying, we would prevent that 14%.
No, it cause it.
I think it would
Are you
be.
suggesting, Mr. Town Manager, would cause another 14% increase?
I don't want to propose that.
No, that's not what
So,
he's
and
saying.
I didn't
No, I think
propose
that's what
that, as a
Sean
matter
is
of fact.
saying.
So what I'm suggesting is if you tell me I want no more than a tax rate increase of this amount, that includes everything. That means I have to make decisions about what things we're not going to be able to do so we can fit within those parameters. That's what I'm asking you to do.
So if we focus on the tax rate instead of the budget amount, that actually gets us to a different spot.
It does, because then you'll have what that number looks like. Then you can add anything that you want to on top of that, because
makes
then
more
you're going to have the requests from the departments.
I think that's something that we're going to have to probably weigh more on and think further about.
I think so, too.
That's something that we can't accomplish tonight.
Yeah, agreed.
That's a whole different
I
subject.
think we'll come up with this next meeting.
So that means that's going to delay that. We're not issuing the budget guidance on the 22nd. Remember, the time frame to get all this done is ticking.
I agree. I just think it's important to get it right.
I don't disagree with that.
I think we can.
And I think, Deb, you said that
Yeah.
at the very beginning, like, digest this tonight,
Well,
think
because
about it. and-
we, as a council, have never done it this way.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is all new to us, and I agree with Sean Mulholland, Mr. Mulholland, and I think he's being very proactive about it. I am not strong in budget. I've said it a million times. I'm just not. I just see it as we need to do something, but we should make sure we know what we're doing. And you all can sit and talk with Kate or Justin and the manager and say, how do we do this? And you could get it done all before, you could push it forward with the stipulation that you could come back with changes in the next week or whatever. There's ways of doing it. I just don't know them.
It makes it difficult though if we go create a budget and then the next meeting we go, well, we changed our mind and we're going to change it to something else. I don't know that we can
It's
do
not
that.
like that data's not going to not be used, or that budget's not going to be.
Would that be
used. It's only
disruptive?
going to be moderate.
Would that be disruptive if we did that? We said we're saying something tonight, and then the next meeting we decide we're saying something else.
No, actually, it wouldn't because well, I mean, you can just wait another week. It'll delay the process by a week. That's all. It's not going to. The world's not going to
You
end.
just got to be ready for next meeting.
Right.
Know exactly what you want.
Okay, so we'll decide next meeting.
Well, it's 2 weeks though.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Well, sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
So you're right. It's going to delay it 2 weeks,
Yeah,
not just 1 week. So
But still.
that's going to push the budget back process, just so we're all aware, because
Yeah.
it's on a tight timeline.
Right.
But we're still starting earlier.
The good thing is at least we're starting earlier than we did last year.
So I might have anticipated this sort of thing.
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh, please.
Given that we have to wait until mid-October for insurance, if the council instructs you to do X and then insurance costs are blown up way more than we might have anticipated, doesn't that mean we need to end up redoing the budget based on those parameters again anyway?
No, I have to do that.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I'd have to make those changes before I present a budget to you on All Hallows Eve.
Okay.
Because that's when I need to get it to you. You actually have a charter provision that requires me to produce a budget by a certain period of time.
Okay.
So I would have to make those changes, which is why we wait for that.
Okay. Got it.
But that's why the guidance is really helpful to get all those things ready to go, so that when we get there, and I know I'm not going to be able to meet whatever mark they're set. There was no mark set last year, even though it's required. So that would help us get to where we need to be. Because then as soon as I get that, as soon as that email comes in with that number that, whatever it is, then we'll react and we'll make whatever further reductions are necessary to make that presentation on November 7th. And I don't like the idea of walking in the 7th and going, here it is. You know I don't like that. I want it out before that.
And we're gonna, because one of the other things was the warrant articles were gonna be presented earlier in the year
Yes.
too. That budget process, given whatever we set out to do, will include those warrant articles. How does that affect that?
It's the same thing. So the idea is that we're going to present those, because remember there were numerous changes that were made. The idea is to try to, if we're going to make those, we make them earlier in the process so we know where we stand.
Okay.
So then once you make that decision, then that may require other cuts that are necessary to get it done, because you guys are making cuts at the very end of the process. Not the
We don't
best
wanna
time
do
to be
this.
doing it.
No.
We want to do that
Do it at the
beforehand.
beginning, right. And not only that, these people get to know what's going on and what's being proposed, because you're in all these meetings and they're not.
Right.
Most of them anyway. So being able to put that out well in advance, that's the whole idea, is pushing the budget schedule out to people, which we plan to do as soon as it's approved, which we need to do next, preferably here.
So
and then we will send that out to folks so they know when those meetings are going to be. We've actually got the school, the budget committee, and the council all lined up.
Yep.
We work together, the chairman and the chairperson of the budget committee, to do that so that these folks could participate in their governmental process and understand what it is.
So are we good that if we wait till June 1st, everyone will do their due diligence and come back with what they think is the best thing, and then we can discuss it as a... Sounds good.
Yep. Do you need anything from us? Because that's also in TC 901, is we need to provide you with any materials you might need to help you make the decisions you need to make.
Do we need anything from Mr. Mulholland or...
What I think would be helpful would be understanding what was passed this year that actually goes into and affects our default budget, and what does not affect the default budget going forward that was passed. There were, I believe, some one-time items that were passed or not passed, and as well, certainly there were items that were for the water districts that should not be affecting our operating budget either. So I think it would be better for us to actually understand what is affecting our default and not from what
So
was passed.
you have that. You signed it last year.
I understand,
So
but
the
for
DDT
us going forward for the next 2 weeks, if that can be emailed back out to us so that we can have a better understanding upon what's actually being affected for our default budget going into for July, instead of having to dig through all our emails or documents again. If that can
We'll
be
send you a link
freshly
to our
sent back
webpage
out
that
to
has that
us,
information.
that'd be great, so that everyone can actually understand what our numbers are.
Are you looking for the warrant articles that have a default impact or the operating budget as well?
I would say both.
Again, they're on the DDT form anyway.
Yeah, you're good.
Because they're required to be.
Yep.
I think having maybe a simpler, maybe a spreadsheet on those instead of the DDT form, as that might be hard to understand for some people. Thank you, Justin.
Anything else?
No.
Deb?
Thank you.
All right. So everyone's going to come back with what they want to do. We'll discuss as a council, and then we'll give a response.
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right.
Going to give
Yeah.
him clear direction as to what
Yes,
we want.
absolutely.
Got it.
All right. Thank you both for staying until 10:20.
Before they take off, schedule.
Oh yes, I started off with that. Was everyone? Did you get to see the schedule, Ted?
I did not.
Okay.
So why don't we just wait, do that on the 1st as
Yeah.
well?
Okay. So we'll do that. Everyone, look at the schedule. The schedule that. Well, I guess it was 6 of us in the meeting, right? That we
It went out Friday. We know what the status,
that we
weekly
discussed.
status report.
I think it's nice because it gives a little flexibility. So if you guys want to look at the dates, and I think Kate, you agree, right? It gives flexibility. So if you guys want to look at that too and see if there's anything you want to change, I think it was nice because it allows us to say, if we say something's changed, because hey, Kate, can you invite the budget committee to come to a meeting with us, and we can make those changes right away.
Yeah,
Sounds
went out
good.
Friday. I looked at it.
Yeah.
I thought it was good.
So okay, thank you. I thought it was good. I think Kate thought it was good. Well, all of us that were in the meeting thought it was good. I just wanted some input from you guys. So if you guys could come back with it, if you like any changes on that too.
I'm good to go.
All right. Good. Thank you both. Appreciate it. All right. It's late into the evening, I know, but any updates, changes, strategic plan
I
wise?
just want to say something about the strategic plan.
Yep.
I just want to note that we received a very thoughtful letter it's submitted for the strategic plan regarding walkability and pedestrian safety near Pillsbury Road, Gilchrist Road, Michaels Way, and Nashua Road. Do you know the email I'm talking about?
Yes.
I think that we should put that in there. He took the time. It seemed very well thought out. I'm also requesting that staff take a preliminary look at feasibility and whether any of these locations are already defined in our transportation or capital planning documents. And then, because this is the kind of impact that we want to get from the community. So I thought it was very good, very worked out, and I just thought it should be added. And that's up to you guys.
I certainly think they should be added as, but it have to be working in coordination with the state as they're crossing 102. That's the problem. That's our big problem there. And
yeah,
certainly
but
there's
the other roads.
This is more of a town. So
Yeah.
my concern was too, it was more of a town document, and in order to cross 102, the state would have to authorize that.
Right, but we have to initiate that with the state, so we have to be involved. I mean, it can't just.
But
they're not going to know that this. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they're
Yeah.
not going to know that it's a problem, so it should be
But if I'm-
addressed somehow.
But just because it's not in the strategic plan doesn't mean we can't do it. It's just we
Yeah.
want to keep the scope of this to.
Because I think this is also a 1 to 3 year document. If we put that on the
that could be a
agenda,
5-year
it could be-
potentially.
It could be 10 on the 10-year plan, and then the 10-year plan becomes the 15-year
Yeah,
plan.
but at least we know it didn't get lost.
Yeah,
I'm just.
I just don't think it belongs in this.
And
document.
I certainly agree with adding more walkability along Pillsbury and connectability to Michael's Way. That's certainly something that we could potentially put in with the strategic plan, as that was something that was put in with the town master plan from over 10 years ago, was to add more walkability and sidewalks in town and connect the different nodes as well. And I think that's something that can be done. I think potentially getting our executive counselor in and having discussions with him about how can we get more access with crossing 102 would be really helpful.
So I guess the question would be to the town manager, can we put this so we don't forget it? To address it, or what's the proper way to address this citizen's concern? They're saying not in the master plan. I'm just looking for your advice.
Yeah. So on the next meeting, we're going to be doing the traffic management working group is going to make a presentation to you, and this is actually right in there. There's a Route 102 corridor study, and there's also a Pillsbury Road, what I call Pillsbury Road East corridor study, and those are the things that would be part of that very thing.
So can you add that to that, just to make sure it's in there?
Well, it is in this presentation.
Oh, it is.
So basically, we got to wait 2 weeks.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and you tell me to move forward with that, then that's what we'll do. Right now, Route 102 is number 25 on DOT's list, which means it won't happen.
Yeah.
So if we want it to happen, we have to advocate for it, as you indicated.
I know.
And if we want pedestrian crossings, we have to advocate for it because we will not get it otherwise.
I understand, and
Like other
I'm
communities
all
do.
for having an
Yeah.
advocate up at the State House. But
Right.
speaking about advocates, Mr. Chair, the other thing I did want to address is the memo or the notice of the annual shareholders with Penachuk. And I believe that Londonderry should have a delegate president at the May 29th meeting. And I think the council has to vote as to who we want to send up there on our behalf.
Yeah.
Deb, can we take that up after this?
Oh,
we won't forget. No, just can we finish the strategic plan and do
Okay.
that? I got
I'm
no problem
sorry.
doing it. Just can we just? Does
got
anyone want
distracted.
to? No.
So there are. I'm sorry.
No, say, Deb, hold that thought for
All right, I'm holding
2
it.
minutes.
Yes, sir.
Any other further discussion on the strategic plan?
Yeah, so the town manager and I, we had a meeting. We came up with a redesign for C3, the Enhanced Economic Development Opportunities to strengthen lenders' economic identity. And we had rewrote the priority action item to create an economic development program and determine the necessary leadership structure to execute the plan. And the key performance indicator would be to generate an RFQ for economic development consulting firm to help market the town and generate further economic development, and have that RFQ go out by August 30th of 2026. And by doing this, we would not be hiring an in-house staff person, so it would be reducing our costs. We wouldn't be paying the health insurance and all the other benefits that go along with it. And if we're not liking the plan or we're good with it at the time being, we're able to keep the cost down or potentially maybe not go forward with it in the future. So we're not locked in and we're not automatically increasing our default budget by hiring a new staff person. And these people have a lot more access across the country and the world for what our areas that we have available would be desirability for businesses to want to come here or not, and as well potentially the landowners of these items may not have the connections that these consulting firms as well also have to market these areas in town. And so by changing this from an in-house staff person, we're saving the costs on the benefits, and we're also saving it from just automatically increasing the default budget.
Any discussion on that?
I brought it up, so yeah, no.
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on the strategic plan?
So after this little correction, we move it forward?
It goes one
We
more.
have to vote to move it forward?
No,
I think it's one more meeting, right?
Just moves it forward?
I think it's one more meeting.
Well, it's already scheduled for the 15th. If
Oh, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, so
Yep.
So you have another opportunity to add anything or make any other
Okay.
changes you'd like to make, and then that's what we'll publish for the public hearing.
Okay.
So we don't need a vote, but what Councilor Coombs proposed, you want me to add that?
Yeah,
that item?
I'm good with that. You?
Dan?
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Everyone seems good with it, so.
All right, Deb, do you want to go up next to what you just said?
Oh.
Because I didn't want
Go ahead,
to. I'm not ignoring you.
No, it just
No, go ahead.
threw me off.
Hey, you brought a good thing.
The annual meeting, we got a notice from Mr. Mulholland and the shareholders with Penachuk, and I really think we should have somebody present there on May 29th, and we, the council, have to vote somebody to make sure that we have a delegate. So we have to name somebody as a delegate. And I really think we need a presence there. I really, really, really do. So that's up to the council, who they want to send up there the 29th.
I actually agree with Deb. I think we need somebody that was gonna bring it up, but I think she's right. I do agree with you. I think we need somebody there to speak for us.
Should we high five?
No, I know. I'm just saying. I support you. Do you have time?
It's the 29th of May.
Okay.
29th of May or June?
It's May.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Well, I think you've been working on all the water issues, I think both here and at the state level, so I'd like to propose it be you.
Can you make it though, is the question.
Yeah, I can do it. It's on a Friday.
It's a Friday. I don't know what time. Do you remember what time it is, Sean?
Yeah.
I don't. I want to say like 9. It's in the morning, 9:30 maybe. I think it's 9:30.
Are you sure you can make it?
100%.
Okay.
And
Then
100%.
if Sean nominated you, I'll second it.
Okay. Well, thank you both. I have a motion from Sean and a second from Deb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you, guys.
Just so we're clear, it's not a shareholders meeting because there's only one shareholder.
Yeah.
And that's the
sorry.
city of Nashua, and we don't get a vote. But having a presence there, to your point,
Sorry.
makes sense.
No. Thank you for bringing that up, though.
It's 8:30 a.m. in Nashua.
Okay.
Somebody's on the ball.
Yeah.
He's always on the ball, this one.
Love it.
Like me
10:30 at
too.
night. Thank you. All right. Up next, we have approval of consent items. We'll accept the motion to accept the consent.
Mr. Chair, can we
I
discuss
do
this
not.
first?
Absolutely. Let's discuss.
Mr. Belinsky brought this up, so
Yep.
I'm going to bring it up as well.
So wouldn't you make a motion to remove item number 2 from the consent agenda?
Okay. I can do that.
Well,
Is that
Dan, that's on Dan.
that's the
Oh,
process.
sorry.
There's a process, and so any councilor can remove anything that's on the consent agenda. It only takes one councilor to do that.
okay?
I don't want to move it. I want to discuss it.
You're going to remove it off the consent agenda to discuss, and then you'll act on it independently of the consent agenda.
Okay, so I'll move that, remove item number 2 off the consent agenda.
That's all it takes. It doesn't need any other action.
Okay.
Okay.
We do a motion for the rest of the consent items?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so
So
I'll
then
make a
I'll-
motion to accept the other consent items minus number 2.
I have a motion from Sean,
Second.
a second from Ted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. And now, the next meeting we vote on that, Sean, or do we?
No.
Okay.
So the consent agenda is all set. Now you discuss item number 2.
All right. So Dan, go ahead.
All right, so I just want to bring up item number 2. I just feel that it's a large increase, 5.3. I understand there was no increase in 2023, 2024, or 2025. Unfortunately, I feel that this council now is in a position where they have to act on this because other people have failed to keep up with what they should have been doing. So you're looking at a 15.3% increase.
15%?
15.3% increase for the town clerks.
Elected town clerk.
The elected town clerk. Now, we went through this with the tax collector. You guys said you wanted to stay at 5%. Later on in the meeting, in a different meeting, a different motion was made for 11.9% without any discussion to the public. So I just want the public to know, to be aware, our hands are tied on this because no action was taken by people in 23, 24, 25. So now we're at a 15.3% increase for this one position.
Dan, I will add.
Wait a minute, let me finish. December 8th, all right, a budget workshop, there were claims that employees received 16% increase, which was false. Our employees did not receive 16% increase. But that was explained by the town manager. It was 5%. The town manager got a lot of heat, all right, from people on this council, people in the public saying, oh my goodness, you gave 16% pay increases and all this. I'm just want to be transparent and let people know this is what we're voting on. 15.8%.
So,
Dan, I just wanted to add into that is that you were commenting about the treasurer position. Sorry, not the treasurer, the tax collector.
Yeah.
Now, that position's received increases every year. Now, this position hadn't received increases for the past 4 years.
And I said that. I understand that.
Yes, let me get to this, which actually comes out to an average of a 3.83% increase per year. So it may sound like a lot at 15%, but when you average that out over 4 years, because it should have been happening over the past 4 years, it's really a pretty minimal increase.
So what I'm getting at, Ted, is that we haven't kept up with what we're supposed to be keeping up
Correct.
in this town. Not only with pay, with maintaining buildings, with budgets and everything. And this is where we are today. We are not in a good situation. When we talk about budgeting and how much of the budget we're going to go up, you know, it's because people have kicked the can down the road.
Yes.
Didn't want to increase it.
Yes.
Because they want to look good.
Yes.
All right? So I'm just telling you, this is a situation we're in, people. And I just want the public to know that.
So, not that we're going all over the board and talking about 5,000 different things, but you said it, so I have to address it. You said about the 16% raises. It was published in the Londonderry Times. I don't agree with Glenn on a ton, but he published it on Town Underground. It was talked about in the budget meetings and said, we went through line by line, we talked about all the things, and there's actually a printout sheet, but I'm not going to go down the road because I think we're having a nice meeting. And I don't need to read each different position and all the different percentages of it. It's been requested. The information's out there. It's floating around the community. People have it. People in the audience have it. I not here. And, you know, if we want to go on down to that's a lie, it can be said during public comment at the end. But we're discussing this. And I agree with you. It is a compounding of she hasn't had a raise in 4 years. And so this isn't the same thing as a regular 15% raise from anybody else given over the course of 1 year. This would be over the course of 4 years is calculated different.
Well,
And we did.
later on, can I?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think there's a real blurry line here. The blurry line is those people that got those raises were official town employees. This is not an town employee. That is not what this position is. That's why I always say the elected clerk. You have clerks who are town employees and, you know, do need a raise. Those people work the windows, and what this person does not. This is an elected position, just like the tax collector is an appointed position. They are technically not employees. There is no one who can tell them what to do, how to do it, how many hours a week they're going to work, or anything like that. They're like us, except we actually have to show up for a meeting all the time. They do not. So to say they haven't got a raise in X amount of years, really, if you go to the state and ask, it's supposed to be put out to the voters. And I do agree with whoever said this earlier about the voting on the tax collector, on the clerk. Those benefits should have been in there. And I said it at the budget meeting, and everybody just ignored it. That had a number to it. And how do you now we got to have someone monitor this person comings and goings because they're not a town employee. So you have to make sure that they apply to all these things. You're creating more work. And you know what? Go look in the book. I'm sorry, that salary thing, go look at the annual town report for the last 7 years and tell me it started at 30,000. It's now at 7 in 7 years. I'm just saying the facts, Sean. I understand that you don't agree with me, but
I wasn't going to say anything about that. I was just going to ask you a question. What would you propose?
I don't think that we should do it.
So just no raise?
No raise. It should be put on the ballot and voted on, or it should be done. Have we got a raise? Has the poor budget committee gotten a raise? They're all elected officials. The town treasurer is an elected official. They haven't gotten raises. Nothing's happened to them.
So we had this. Hold up.
I'm sorry. I don't need to get.
We're having
a discussion. I understand.
No.
I get frustrated because We keep saying employee, employee, employee. They are not employees.
Right.
They're just like us.
Mhm.
And there's a huge difference.
So, Deb, we had a lot of this talk at the budget hearings. Right?
Yes.
We talked a lot about it.
Yes, we
and
did.
I think that, I don't want to speak for Sean, but I think Sean presented to us that this is important because the town clerk position, not who has it right now, but who would have it.
But our charter says you can't be an employee and an elected official at the same time. So that is up to that person, whoever it may be, and that is up for election this year. Whoever that may be, has a decision to make. Do I want to be an employee clerk, or do I want to be an elected one? Because you can't be both.
Okay. We're not debating. What I'm debating with you is the raise, because I'm thinking the position that we have, we're the 9th largest community in New Hampshire. And I think that right now our town clerk is getting paid 71.
Yeah.
Right? Hasn't had a raise in 4 years. Don't you think that we should?
They're not employees, Ron. I don't understand what you get. We as a council have not had a raise in over 20 years.
All right, hold on.
I'm sorry.
No, please, in the audience, could everyone please stop? We're having a council discussion
I
up
know
here.
if I'm yelling, I'm not
No, you're not.
meaning to yell.
I'm just
saying, to me, there's a distinct difference between an employee and an elected official. Elected official has certain duties and jobs. When they run for the office, they know what it pays. You ran, you knew what it paid, you knew the time commitment, correct?
Yep.
You accepted it, correct?
I did.
Are you coming here saying to me, I've been on the council for 4 years, I haven't gotten a raise?
I am not.
I'm just
but-
saying.
I'm just saying.
I am pointing out what's the difference.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please. Good.
May I ask a question of the town
Absolutely.
manager? Mr. Town Manager, before 2023, was this position awarded increased raises?
There were raises, yes, but I don't know what interval that they were actually given. I don't have the history of that. But there were increases prior to that. 2022 was the last one, but I don't know what interval, whether that is every year or how you did that in the past. I wasn't here, obviously.
So it was happening before, and for whatever reason, there are hiccups in 23, 24, 25 were missed for whatever reason. I don't know why, but if they were happening beforehand,
That doesn't make it right.
I guess
Following state law.
Sorry, I opened up a can of worms here. The only reason I brought this up is because, it's not just this. There's a lot of things that have been kicked down the road, and now this council is the one that has to deal with it, and we're the ones that are like, we really have to tighten up the purse strings because, we don't have that much money to go and spend.
What would you suggest?
You know what? I looked back, and when we were discussing the town clerk, the tax collector, and, Ron said, we got to stay with 5%, which is what the town manager did. I say, go with the 5%, and, let's address it every year. It needs to be addressed every year. Do the 5%.
All of you need to call the New Hampshire Municipal Association and get a clear definition of what the elected town clerk is and how they get paid. I really honestly think that every single one of you should do that. Because there's two ways the clerk gets paid. One is set by town meeting or at voting day. That's how it's set every year. That's the one. Number two, they get a percentage of the fees. So you don't have to give raises because it is not. So we could say, pay $100,000, and I would love this position. Yeah, I'd love to get paid $100,000, have no boss, have no real responsibilities, and come and go as I please. I only have to work to get whatever I need to get done for documents, and that's it.
Mr. Chair, can I add one more thing?
There's no managing the
'Cause,
department.
Sean, you asked me what my thought was. On top of that, we're adding benefits of 48,000,
For a family.
for a family plan.
that's if the person
Okay.
takes it. Yeah.
But if the person doesn't take it, they're still going to get a buyout.
$1,000.
All right, so I don't know what that buyout is.
Well, I'm not sure if that
$12,000.
position actually qualifies.
About $12,000. It depends on what they put a buyout for, if it's a single-person plan or a two-person plan.
So I guess I have two questions while I contemplate this.
Yeah.
Mr. Town Manager, do you have a recommendation?
I made the recommendation in the budget process.
Okay.
We've been through all
Okay,
this.
so we talked about this last
Just so I
month,
can
yeah.
clear up.
That's
so
what I was
that
saying. We had this whole
The NHMA
conversation.
document was provided on December 12th, 2025 to the council. Legal guidance was provided by Attorney Bailey on 10/29 of 2025. So this information we've been all over this. And this council approved a budget that went to the voters and was passed by the voters. Now it's up to you to decide what you want to do.
So what you're saying is what is being recommended right now is not against the law.
No, it's not.
Thank you.
So I guess I have one more question. Can I ask Justin?
I guess if Justin, can we still wire one more time from you tonight?
Sorry to bug you.
Still awake?
So we did discuss this through the budget process, and we discussed it last fall. The budget actually went through on the ballot. The voters approved it. I remember this conversation from then. So I guess what in the budget process what is that line item? What number does that say that we talked about? Because I remember us specifically talking about this clerk's salary, and it's somewhere in there within the budget. But what's the
So
number?
you're looking at in the elected salaries line in the town clerk department and division?
Yeah.
What that number is?
Yeah.
It is $82,807.
Okay, so it's actually $3 less than the budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
Oh, before you sit down, what is the buyout for a single insurance, and what is the buyout for a
5, 10,
family
12.
insurance?
5, 10, 12.
5, 10, 12. So there's a bonus of $5 or $10 or $12,000 on top of what you're doing, because you voted in the health insurance.
We didn't. The
Well,
voters, I
we,
understand.
the
Just say no, the
collective
voters.
we,
Yeah.
meaning
Yeah.
the town voted it in. Thank you,
Right.
Shasta.
So the amount that is proposed in front of us is the budgeted amount that the voters did vote on.
You guys are gonna do what you wanna do. I believe it's incorrect to do it.
Well, and it was found by our legal team
And I
to
didn't
not
say
be
that.
illegal.
We just don't have to give somebody a raise every year just because they're an elected official.
I'm
If
not
they're a
saying
town
that. What you were
employee, it's
alluding to
totally
before is that what we're doing is illegal.
I did not. I
You
was
said by the
telling you to
NHMA
call
that
them
it
in.
was.
Ted, stop.
It is. Wait.
Stop.
Wait, guys, it's late.
I was telling you to call the New Hampshire Municipal Association
listen.
so you could understand the difference between a paid clerk, an employee, and an elected clerk. There is a difference, a huge difference. You can't treat an elected official, that's us, we can't be treated like an employee.
So while the municipal association is good for some general advice, I think we actually got this from our town attorney's ruling on this, or an opinion on this last year.
You can give her the raise. There's nothing that's stopping you from doing it. I'm just trying to make you understand.
I think my thing, Sean, is the amount, plus with the medical. That's huge, yeah. So.
We did budget for it, Dan. Because I remember having this
There's a lot of
conversation.
things- there's a lot of things we budget for, but.
I know, but this was a big conversation we had during the budget season.
And there's things that come up that we have not budgeted for that we have to find the money, so.
Right.
Just because it's budgeted for.
No false starts to me.
What do we want to do?
Except the one in the corner office.
What do we want to do?
That's not true either.
Get to see it.
Ed, any input? You want to go with what we have?
It's playing solitaire, so.
We were budgeted for this position. It was approved by the voters.
Spend the money.
We've missed this for 4 years.
So then I will, what do we want to do as a council?
I suggested 5% a while ago, but nobody seemed to
Okay.
jump on it.
I will say that I think that the budgeted amount that the voters budgeted, that we talked about during budget season, is the correct amount. We debated this a lot during the budget season for the town. We specifically even said the town clerk position. We didn't say who it was, just for the position itself. And it's in the budget.
And you thought the voters knew that that was in there.
Well, we
You just saw a
discussed.
big number.
No,
That's
but
all
Deb,
they
we did
saw.
discuss it at length.
You're assuming that everybody watched this council meeting and heard you say that.
Okay.
It wasn't clearly defined. It wasn't like, this is what we want to do you want to do this, like you did with the health insurance. It was not like that. So, and even the health insurance was wrong because you didn't put a price in it. It does have
So
a
let's
potential.
let's move on it and do something.
All right, whatever. Yeah, you
Whatever.
guys
I
go.
don't.
I've asked for a motion and I haven't got one from anybody. So everyone's silent.
I told you 5%, but nobody seconded it.
Okay, so I have a motion from Dan for 5%.
Dead.
No second. Anybody else
I'll
have a
second
motion? Okay. So I have a motion from Dan and a second from Deb at 5%. Any further discussion? None. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Opposed. Chair votes no. We have a budgeted amount of 82. That's what I think we should give, but I mean, you want to?
I guess I'll the closest thing, this is a hard discussion. It's why I've asked multiple opinions. When you have rough things, the closest thing we've got is what the voters say. That's what the most people in the town through that, whether, you can make the debate whether they understood it or not. If it wasn't legal, like has been
I
put
didn't
forward.
say it wasn't
No.
legal.
I'm not, sorry, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying,
Thank you.
it's been brought up in public comment, other things. If that's not, then we can go through the motions of that and it'll be retracted because it's not legal. But, so to
It's
put that to the
perfectly
side,
legal.
the way we are, that's the closest thing we got. So I guess I'll make the motion to accept it as is with the approved budget amount.
Of this.
Yeah, 82, 804, 80.
Okay, I have a motion from Sean.
I will second that motion.
I have a second from Ted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, Dan Bouchard.
Dan and Deb oppose. Chair votes in the affirmative. 3-2, motion carries. Up next, liaison reports.
At the Londonderry Arts Council meeting this past week, it was a good, lively discussion. They had the superintendent invited to discuss upon how can they help connect with the younger generation in town for being involved in the Londonderry Arts Council and the different programs that they provide, and vice versa, and different ideas that could be exchanged. And then there was some discussion about Concert on the Common, and as well with the Wild Apples debut event, which is on my phone, it is on May 30th at 3 p.m. at the Londonderry Historical Society on Pillsbury Road. There'll be some wonderful new additions this year to their Wild Apples magazine. And there'll be some presentations of some of the excerpts from the magazine. This year, they're really looking forward to some really fun, awesome bands this summer. And they'll be having, again, their Saturday kids concert in July. So I think that'll be fun, as always.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports?
So for the budget committee, we obviously went through the schedule, which we discussed tonight, and that's pretty much where the budget committee is at, getting ready and excited for the coming budget season earlier than usual.
Deb?
Well, two things. Art, at the rec committee, Art announced his retirement, which he'll be sadly missed. But I do think he has a good successor in Doug. They've got a lot of things going on. They're adding and just a lot of moving parts to the rec right now, which is very exciting. Also, I just want to remind everyone that we will be doing a Memorial Day parade and remind everyone that Memorial Day is not a happy day. It's a day to remember people who have given the ultimate sacrifice so that we can have our freedoms. If you can attend, it would be good. It ends up at the cemetery right behind the town commons, and then usually the Legion has a nice event at their new facility that they've been updating a lot. So if you have somebody in your family who's done that, given the ultimate sacrifice, please attend the Memorial Day, even if you haven't. That's it.
Any other liaison?
Oh, one more
already
thing.
heard about the library. So.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing.
Good.
Saturday, no, it's not Saturday. I did a lot of events this week, sorry. Sunday was the Max Ice Cream. Had cones with the fire and police. So they donated free ice cream cones to the children, 12 and under. And they had fire and police there so the kids could, get to know them. And they had brought the dog. And it was a very well-attended event that I attended as well.
Excellent. Anybody else? Town manager report?
Yes, so remember, we do have a contract strategy negotiation meeting right after this, according to the provisions of
Right.
RSA 91A.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yes.
Because
Yes, Councilor Coombs, I agree. It's 10:55 at night, I agree. And we have a lot to go over, so I'm going to try to go through this quickly. Number two, we have, I'm working with Councilors Faber and Dunn and a couple members of the planning board in regards to infrastructure. We've got to develop a methodology to deal with these traffic impacts in the community. So we're looking at a number of options. We've got a meeting on the 27th. The idea is we'll come back to the council with some recommendations as to what that might be to narrow that down and make that clear, or try to make it as clear as we can make it. So that's an important piece. I want to go over the agenda as I normally do over the next couple of meetings. June 1st, Vinnie Curro will be here to talk about the Child Passenger Safety Program, 25 years of community service. As I indicated, the Leader Traffic Management Working Group will be here for an hour going over a PowerPoint presentation because this is a priority item for us. There'll be a presentation by police in terms of traffic enforcement provisions of that, as well as the infrastructure things that are going to be necessary in the strategy to be able to deal with those. We've added the item for the concern that was brought up about the noise in the vehicles, so that'll be a separate presentation that will be there for that. And obviously, we've added the budget piece to continue our discussions of that under old business. Relicensing of Murray's Auto Recycling. There's a second inspection that needs to occur that Brad needs to do before we have that meeting, which he will do for June 1st. We're only going to have one this year. The S&S apparently is not reapplying for theirs, so we'll only have one left in the community. The next items, repeal of chapters 1, 2 of Title V, the administrative departments, as well as boards and committees. I was informed by the chairman today we're not going to be moving forward on those. Special Assessment Water District, public hearings will be scheduled, well, you'll discuss and schedule a public hearing for June 15th. And then the Perry House wood that's in those connexes, we'll be talking about that as to what determination we're going to do with those. And then I'll be presenting the memo. I was asked by the chairman to present the memo in regards to the Reverend Morrison Meeting House, the Lions Hall, the White Building off of Route 128 or Mammoth Road. So I sent that out to you, a draft that, so you folks can take a look at that. But we had some really good public input on that. So I've added a bunch of things that I didn't originally have in there based on that public input. So we'll be going over that. And then if there's any further strategic plan items, refinement of that will also occur on that day. June 15th, we had public hearings scheduled for the administrative code for the departments and boards and committees. Obviously, that will not be occurring at this point. Public hearing on, assuming you actually schedule it, the Water Special Assessment District. Where are we at on that in terms of?
So that's actually, I believe that's a typo in there. We're looking to bring the petition before them on June 15th to schedule a public hearing for July 20th.
All right, so that'll change that up.
Yeah, I think that was an artifact from a previous version.
Yep, and then we'll have a public hearing on the strategic plan on the 15th, as originally scheduled. And then discuss a request from a resident sponsored by Councilor Bouchard to develop a policy for communication with legal counsel. Discuss and set public hearing for TC 100 cash management investment. I understand we're not going to move forward on that. And also changes to fees, Chapter 15. My understanding is we're not going to move forward on that. So that outlines the schedules for the next 2 meetings. I know there's some discussion about whether or not we're going to have what's the so-called summer hours. I need to kind of know that so that I can make whatever changes need to be made in the schedule to rearrange things. So if we're going to do that, is
Good point, sir. So the one thing that we didn't do last year because we had so many things on the agenda is we didn't do the summer schedule. So I wanted to ask you guys as a group, in prior years, in July and August, we had 1 meeting. And last year, we had a new town manager, we had a bunch of stuff on the agenda, we did a full schedule in July and August. So I wanted to ask the council, do we want to just have 1 meeting in July and 1 in August, like we have in prior years, or do we want to go with the same schedule and have 2 and 2?
I'd prefer to go back to that.
I would prefer we stick with regular schedule and not a summer schedule, because here we are tonight. It's 11 o'clock, and we're trying to, catch up on this stuff. And I don't know why. This is the first I hear. Administrative Code Chapter 4 and all these other things that we were going to discuss is all off the table now. When was this discussed as a council? We are a board. And all of a sudden, these things are gone? We're not going to move forward on anything in this community? For this community?
Dan, it's just coming off the agenda for right now. We've got a lot of stuff. We're here till 11 o'clock. We've got a lot of stuff going on right now. We need to deal with what we have right now.
And you want to go to a summer schedule?
I didn't say I wanted to. I'm asking the council, Dan.
Well, I don't think we should go to a summer schedule. I think we should keep our regular schedules like we did last summer. And,
Our regular schedule actually was that. We did an exception last year.
Okay, let's do an exception, and we keep going every 2 weeks like we're supposed to be doing, and try to do what's best for this community. Because
I kind of feel the same that Dan. I don't understand why we're taking all these things off without any further date. Then we're supposed to start doing all this budget stuff, and I don't. At this moment in time, I think that we need to do the summer thing because we're playing catch up. You guys just said it. We're kicking things down the road. Stuff didn't get done. This one didn't get a. You guys all just said this.
Yeah. I'm asking for opinions.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We just said we have to. If you either you're getting things done or you're not.
Okay.
And this is how I see it. And if none of you had said we were kicking things down the road or doing this, then we have a lot to do that hasn't been done in a very long time. And we're trying to update it. We have positions open. We're trying to attract people here. Do you not think them seeing that we're not working to fix the things that need to be fixed and updated to get to a more modernized town isn't important to somebody looking for a job? It most definitely is. This municipal world is a very small world, like tiny. And they all talk. Whether they unhappy or whatever, doesn't matter. They're still going to say, oh, it's so much work. You get so burnt out. We don't have more than this. We don't have more than that. And we didn't have the funds to do it, and we've got to figure out a way. I mean, we're all talking about the budgets, and then we're turning around saying, yeah, well, it's already in there, so we'll just spend it. So I don't understand. I get so mixed messages. And I'm not being mean to you, Ron. I'm just getting mixed messages. It's like, one, oh, let's do this, move this forward. This is exciting. Let's save money. And then I hear a total opposite thing. And I don't understand. And that's fine. And that's your purview. That's your world. But if you could please elaborate to me what you're logically thinking as to why, we should, A, just spend money because it's in the budget. B, why these things have to come off the board. If you don't think they're necessary, then just come out and say, I don't think these things are necessary, or I don't want to set these policies now. Just say it.
Talking about summer schedule.
Okay.
No, we weren't. We were talking about why things were off the.
So I have no problem answering your question. So guys, please.
Once a month.
So what was your first question? Was about yeah. 'Cause-
I wanted to know, like, these policies that you're taking off, that
Yep.
we were moving forward at a good clip,
Yep.
and then we took them off. So we put all this work in, change it, take it off. What is the reasoning behind taking it off? Like, I don't understand. I mean,
Okay.
you've never talked to me and said, Deb, I'm thinking about taking these things off because I feel this way. How do you feel? You've never asked me. No one has ever asked me. I thought it was all positive. And if I'm not in understanding, I'd like to know.
Okay. It's not that we're never going to do them. It's just we're here till 11:04 right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And mainly that was because of public
and I
comment.
think you had said at one point that at this point we shouldn't be here, right? And you said that before. It's just too late.
And
right?
I said it's setting the agenda.
So I think some of the agenda items need to come off so that we can have a more balanced meeting. Not that it'll ever happen. Plus, we've got so many things going on right now.
Like what?
Deb,
No,
come
I'm
on.
serious.
What do you have
The
going on?
PUD was the biggest thing that kept us here tonight. It was the people talking.
There's a lot going on in the town.
Is there or isn't there?
So, just real quick back to the summer schedule. I'm not opposed to scheduling two meetings in July and 2 in August, and then if you guys want to cancel one, I'm fine with that. I'm not opposed to that.
We you and I did talk about, and I think it was at a meeting, not privately. We talked about being able to look at the agenda and say, yes, this is going to be a long meeting. We've got public comment. We want to give people the ample time to talk. You don't want to take that away from them. So I just think we need to get better as a board at looking at the agenda in advance. We get it in advance.
Yeah.
To say, yeah, we can move this forward. Yeah, we can move. I guess what scares me is that it's indefinite. Like, you're not saying push it out a month or push it out 2 weeks or 10 weeks. It's saying it's indefinite, kind of like the tabling thing. So you're tabling without tabling because you're not giving it a date. For me, and this is me, how I understand things.
The problem is when you communicate something out to the public and then you move it and then you move it again and you move it again, you get upset people and it's kicking the can down the road. It's a lot easier to know and have the time to process something properly. Put it on there, know for certain you're going to do something, than to keep saying dates all over the place. It just provides more consistency. It's actually a disservice to the public to just throw a bunch of stuff out there.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we continue having our meetings twice a month.
I don't think we need to vote. It's just a consensus. I'm fine with keeping the schedule the same then.
I'm good with
if we
it.
decide that we want to change it.
I'm fine with keeping it the same as long as we don't overburden our meeting schedules. I mean, we shouldn't need to be here till 11 o'clock at night.
Agreed.
Eventually, people's brain power dwindles down the longer you're sitting in a meeting. This is
So-
why they have classrooms that only are about 2 hours at a time.
And I did like the suggestion that came up in public comment of, we do control or we're not going on and on and on forever about the same thing. Or, when we have discussion, we talk about it, but we don't have to get into a back and forth and get into arguments. In the end of the day, a better managed meeting would be, we state how we feel about it, but we don't have to get in a big giant debate.
No, I mean, we've spent another 12 more minutes on this item.
All right. So Mr. Van Hollen, we'll keep it the same for July, August. We'll keep the schedule the same. All right. So with that,
I'm not done yet.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay.
Pass this around. Unfortunately, this is what I have to do.
Okay.
So I'm going to read this into the record. This is a memorandum for record written to the Londonderry Town Council by me on May 17th of 2026. Notice of charter violation, Councilor Ted Coombs. This memorandum for record serves as a formal notice to the Londonderry Town Council regarding the actions taken by Councilor Ted Coombs that constitute a violation of the town charter and applicable New Hampshire law. On May 13th, 2026, at approximately 3:14 p.m., an employee, and I won't give the name, although you have it, documented a telephone conversation initiated by Councilor Ted Coombs concerning an ongoing matter involving town administration and legal communication. According to the employee memorandum, Councilor Coombs advised him that a communication previously issued by the town manager was false
instructed him that he should comply with the lawyer if contacted, and further stated that the town manager does not know what he is doing right now, and had no right to send this email out or direct town staff in this manner. Further, Councilor Coombs stated that the town manager is violating HR laws. Section 4.8 of the Londonderry Town Charter expressly prohibits interference by individual councils and town administration. Specifically, the charter states, no councilor should give orders or interfere with the performance of the duties of any of the administrative officers or employees, either publicly or privately. The charter further provides any violation of the provisions of this section by a councilor shall constitute grounds for forfeiture of office under the provisions of section 3.3. You all set? Can I continue?
You can. I'm
Thank you.
agreeing with you. Thank you.
The actions described in the employee's memorandum represent direct communication by an individual counselor to a town employee regarding administrative direction, personnel authority, and operational matters under the authority of the town manager. These actions are inconsistent with the town manager form of government established by the charter and constitute prohibited interference with town administration. Additionally, Section 4.6A of the charter imposes an affirmative obligation upon the town manager to enforce the charter and governing laws, stating the manager shall, and I do say shall, be charged with the preservation of the health, safety, and welfare of the persons and the property, and shall see to the enforcement of the ordinances of the town, this charter, and general state laws governing administration of the town. Accordingly, it is my duty as town manager to formally report and address this matter. Further, Councilor Coombs' conduct is inconsistent with the provisions and intent of RSA 49D:4 concerning the council manager form of municipal government in New Hampshire, which establishes the separation between legislative authority and administrative operations and prohibits individual council interference in administrative matters. This memorandum is therefore submitted to the town council for review and appropriate action consistent with the charter, including consideration of the remedies and enforcement provisions set forth in section 3.3 and 4.8 of the town charter. Respectfully submitted by me. And you have the memo for that employee. That is all that I have.
All right.
So,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
since there was a little sidebar going on over there, I'd like to know what that little sidebar was while the town manager was reading this. Do you like to
What
share?
sidebar was going on?
I don't know, the two of you were...
Nothing to say to you.
Okay, so you have nothing to say to me? I will, I'd like to make a motion that we have this investigated. This is very serious from what I'm reading. It's a violation of the town charter. We go and we investigate anonymous complaints. We hire attorneys to do that. This is not an anonymous complaint. This is a very serious complaint. And I would make a motion that we investigate this.
Counselor privilege this.
There's no counselor privilege on this.
Yeah, there's no counselor privilege.
Yeah.
Then either way.
I think at this hour of the night, I need to digest this memo and look at it.
I'm just going to go on the record as saying one thing.
Yeah.
If this had been me, you guys would have all investigated me by now. You would have been trying to kick my ass off of this board quicker than you can blink an eye.
And if it would have been me, it would have been front page of the paper, so.
All right, guys,
So,
guys, it's late.
Mr. Chair,
I'm just.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to,
Please, I'm just
I've
saying.
got, I've got something here I want to bring up.
I will like
All
to
right.
request that we digest this a little bit more.
Okay.
I'm just learning about this now.
So, I want to bring up that we need a policy to use the use of legal counsel. Because
make a motion.
this,
No.
you can leave if you want, Mr. Faber. This afternoon, I get an email from the attorney, and it has a guidance of memorandum that I later find out was given to Chairman Dunn from the town manager earlier in the day. It was Chair Dunn requested to provide the town council with guidance. When I got this, I looked at it, and there was no legal opinion or anything on it. So I reached out to the attorney, and I asked. So I got the guidance memorandum. Did Ron ask you to give the council a legal opinion on this, or just send us a copy of the memorandum that Ron was given by the town manager? The response was, another counselor asked a similar question about context, and I will send out an answer to the town council. Okay. Later I get a response, Chairman Dunn shared this guidance memorandum with me for my review. I still don't see a review. I don't know why we had to pay an attorney to send this out when this document could have easily been sent out by the staff to the council. So, to me, I look at this as a complete waste of taxpayers' money. All right? The chairman is using the legal counsel as a personal secretary to send things out to the council members. I read the guidance memorandum, and I don't need an attorney to explain it to me. It is very clear. How much is this back and forth costing the taxpayers? This use of legal counsel needs to be addressed, and we need a policy in place because this is out of control. If the attorney says something, and one of the...
I know.
What would you like to share?
Continue.
So if the attorney says something, and one of the three of you don't like the response, it's like, okay, let's get a second opinion. And then the second opinion comes in, and yeah, they agree with the other attorney. I recall a town meeting when a question was asked of the moderator, who was an attorney at the time? And he said, you can ask the same question of 6 attorneys. They'll all have different opinions. So therefore, I make a motion that we have TC 105, use of legal counsel, that we all have a draft of to be placed on the agenda for June 1, 2026 town council meeting, so we can put things in place and stop wasting money.
Did you make a motion?
I did. That's my
I'll
motion.
second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Dan and a second from Deb.
Can
Any
I-
further discussion?
Okay, I can discuss?
Yeah.
So, talking about wasting
So
lawyer
we
money.
table this. Can we
I know.
discuss it? Because that's half of it. Because otherwise, you just remake a motion to get discussion, even though you can't discuss a table motion, and that doesn't work.
That's true, it has to come off the table before we can
Yeah.
discuss it. That's
Yeah.
true. That's a good point, actually. So it does have to come out, right now it's on the table, it has to come off the table before it can be discussed.
So what you're saying, I get really frustrated with this, Ron, I'll tell you, because I talked to the chair of the school board.
You're discussing it right now, and if
and-
you want to continue in violation of the law, feel free.
Point of
Okay.
order. Mr. Mulholland, is this in violation of the law if we talk about
The
this
chairman
motion?
is allowing comment from members of the council. He can continue to do that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair,
Table.
You're not the chair, Sean.
Good, then,
who's running the meeting? Is it you or him?
go ahead. I just want
Okay. So, the use of legal counsel here is really out of control because I look at the school board, how they operate, okay? And if the chair of the school board is to contact legal counsel, he get a consensus and he talks to all his board members. We don't get that. We don't even know. I mean, when I got this, and I'm like, okay, so you got this memorandum from the town manager. You gave it to the attorney. I can't wait to see what this bill is going to be like. To get that memorandum out to all of us. When, I don't know, did you ask the town manager to say, can you send this memorandum to all the council members so we can get it? They can get it. All right? And I know this is, you tabled this, you table everything. You move everything down the road. This community is not being served properly by this council. It is a shame that we are just kicking the can down the road and we're ignoring to address issues that we need to address.
Okay. All right, Dan said his piece.
But I didn't.
Okay, but I think it is a table, it is.
Well, I'll make a motion that we bring this back up because I can take it off the table. I'll make a motion that we take it off the table and we discuss this use of legal counsel.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Dan and a second from Deb to take it off the table.
For discussion.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
It's not a discussion.
I know. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair says no. Thank you.
Surprise,
All right.
surprise.
I will open public comment.
Jeff Penta, 30 Holstein Ave, Londonderry. I'm your vice chair of the planning board. I recently served as the chair of the master plan steering committee. I was appointed this evening of the CIP and I was elected as a budget committee member. I have devoted a lot of time and effort to this community. I devote that effort and that time with the best interest, and I expect all folks that I work with to do the same. I don't come to these meetings often. I have a Monday standing obligation. I do watch them. This evening was a shit show. And I am like, it's ridiculous the amount of volunteer hours that we all put in. And you guys all, it's one thing to just say, yes, work together. Yeah, okay. I'm not even sure you guys are capable of it. And I apologize. And I have spoke with a lot of members, a lot of folks that I've looked up to, a lot of folks that I've gone to counsel to. But if this is going to continue, I don't want to waste my time. I'm here to make this community better. Is everyone in this room going to agree with my vision of Londonderry? No. But I do so with data. I do so with best intentions. I try to not do so with a political mind. I do not like the direction this town is going in. I feel especially privileged to have the opportunity to volunteer, have the opportunity to serve it. However, I need to really reevaluate if I want to. If we cannot understand the law, if we cannot work within the confines of our positions and within the law, if we don't know how to build a strategic plan. One example, you guys are talking about a strategic plan, but you're talking about what all of the minutia that's in that. I just want to understand, is traffic going to be on the strategic plan? Are we going to have an economic development, person? I don't care about how we're going to do it, nor should the conversation should be had at that level of detail. That comes with a well thought out strategic plan. Your strategic plan, if you really want to have an economic development office, say, yes, I want to address this. Quarter one, yes, okay. So what does that mean? Quarter two, you define it. And then you build off from there. You don't need to have all of the answers at this meeting, at this discussion point. Summer hours. My boards won't have summer hours. CIP is going to have multiple meetings. And frankly, you all have a lot of work to do. So I'm glad that, that's off the table. The community, rightfully so. If you want to have these policies tabled, sure, okay. Yet the community deserves a reason why. The community deserves a reason why these are tabled, why they're tabled for now, and when they will come up. And I'm sorry, Ron, but saying it can come off the table at any time. I hope you're kind of hearing this from me, but that just doesn't sound like, it sounds like you're just kicking that can down the road. And we might as well just call this town kicking the can down the road. Change that symbol right there. Just say kick. All we do is kick things down the road. We have a process. We have all of these. We have the master plan. We have a strategic plan. We have the CIP. I'm excited about this. I should be excited about the CIP. I don't know where it's going to go, but in the past we have not had any real projects from the town come forward. We need those items coming through.
20 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Of course. I mean, I'm sure if I was singing praises here, I would have as much time as I needed. That said, I hope that you kind of take what I'm saying for granted. I know I probably just lost some friends here, but you know, my time's valuable, and I expect the same for my elected representatives.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your patience.
Robin Stewart, 522 Old Mammoth. Thank you, Mr. Penta. I think I wasn't even going to go this way, but I called Mr. Penta once because over the master plan. Thank you, and he did more for me than I even expected. Not a big fan of the planning board because I never like the direction they go in, but they always get something done. Doesn't mean I like it. I don't most of the time, but they always get something done. I don't know what we do here anymore. I honestly don't see where anything's getting any kind of progress at all. Just tonight, just two simple things before I say my final. The library, doesn't anybody say to them, you just don't come to us and say you want another 400,000? Doesn't anybody say, hey, you only have 300,000 to spend, find a way to bargain these prices with the contractor so you get what you want? Instead of just saying, oh, okay, you want 400,000, we'll find it, don't worry about it. And just like the money for the increase in salary, it was a $55,000 increase with benefits. That's a lot of increase. I don't know many people who get a $55,000 increase, whether it's benefits or not. And if October comes and health insurance costs too much, I've got an idea. Look around for other health insurance. Maybe make it an 80-20% instead of 100%. Find a way to make the money work instead of just saying, well, we'll just ask the people for more money. You just can't. There has to be a limit to something, and I didn't hear any of that. But besides that, this final thing, and I actually was pretty pleased with all of you. It was a really good meeting for a long time. Everybody behaved themselves most of the meeting till the end. It just, the whole behind the scenes stuff needs to stop, and the whole pitting things against Mr. Mulholland, that's just creating a hostile work environment for him. Why would you want to do that? You all should be working together with him, not creating an environment where he can't thrive and get things done that we need to get done, because from my perspective, the things he has done has helped listen to the residents a lot more than any of you. We had a meeting tonight. I didn't speak on it on the PUD. So I said all I had to say when it was at the planning board. That's what took all your time tonight. You had to know that. You had to know it was going to be that way when you did your agenda. And yet, people came up and said the same thing over and over again. I think Tony was the only one who said, yeah. Everybody was like, here's the reasons why. Maybe you should think about it. You guys didn't even blink a thing. And honestly, I went back and looked at the last year's meetings, and only once did I find, Ron, where you disagreed with Sean and Ted, and that was only because Sean wasn't here. Just one meeting in a whole year. Somebody told me there were two, but I didn't find the second one. That can't, statistically, you just can't all agree all the time. It wouldn't make any sense. So I just think the nonsense needs to end, because this is creating a big issue in this town. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask one question? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, it was just statistically, and I actually asked this to Dan himself because I was just curious when they ever voted different, and that seems similar. I think both sides have different views of the town, and that's why it pans out that way.
No, it's just because it's the three of you.
Yeah.
If it were just two of you, I would say, but it's three of you, so there's blocking of every other vote no matter what. That's the issue. It's never a independent thought. It's always, whatever they say, I'm going to have to do the opposite.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Okay, thank you.
Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. I respectfully would like that two of you to move slightly apart so that when people are talking, like your town manager or another town councilor, that you're not whispering back and forth in each other's ears. We had to move children apart in elementary school, and this is what you appear like. You have not accomplished. I would like you to tell me, can you give me in the past year 5 things that this council has accomplished? Last year, you told us that the impact fees that the people wanted would be addressed during budget season. It never happened. The ethics policy has been going on, and it's not getting anywhere. The lawyer policy, again, table. Now all these policies that you were supposed to look at, you have stuff that's illegal that you are pushing down the road. The administrative code hasn't been updated in forever. That's basis for the town and for the administrator. The administrative code chapter 10 has to do with departments. It hasn't been updated in forever. The fees schedule, you have fees that are not even on it that you're charging, but you haven't updated the schedule. So is it legal for you to charge fees that aren't on the schedule? No. You have some things that are so outdated. Here's another one, the traffic code. It's illegal. It hasn't been updated since one minor thing in 2011, and since then it was in 2005, and you're doing illegal things. I could go on with each and every one of these, and you just table them and push them down the road. Why are you doing that? Ron, are you afraid if you do something you might not get elected in November? I mean, really, why are you doing this? Why are you not accomplishing things that need to be done for this town? It's pathetic. And if you don't think this is going to come out, when you two run for the state, it'll come out. Just like the things that you're doing at the state against the town. Those will come out too. That's not a threat, it's a statement of fact. Do something for the town.
Thank you. Anybody else? Good evening.
She's back.
Yeah.
Sandra Legue, 2 Fiddlers Ridge Road. Can you tell me how many items have been tabled from this packet of things that have been tabled? I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from you. With all due respect, ma'am. Your heckling from the back is super rude.
5 items have been tabled.
5 items have been tabled. I am an effective speaker without nonsense coming from the back. 5 items have been tabled. Can you just tell me what each topic is? Just one word or 2 words, whatever it is. What are they? Because I can't follow along.
The one I can.
Okay, if you can, I don't have the list in front of me.
I don't have the list in front of me either. It was.
You know exactly what they are.
No, I don't know exactly what they are, but they are in the March meeting. It was the meeting after the election we had talked about. That's when these came up. That's when they were tabled. I remember that. It was in the meeting.
What were the? There's no way you're going to get past me on this, Sean, Councillor Faber. What were the 5 things that were tabled? I'm not asking you to discuss them. I just want to know what the topics are.
I honestly don't remember. I'd have to go look into that meeting and see what we did in that motion in that meeting. I can't remember 2 months ago what motion we made back then.
Anybody else? Anybody else remember what they are? I literally am only here. It's not nefarious. I don't have a hidden agenda. I can't follow along when I'm watching you guys to understand. Then the next question will come another time because my 5 minutes will be up about the why. Tonight I just came back down here to ask, what are these 5 items? I didn't know there was 5, so thank you for ever telling me there was 5. No, I know you won't. What are the 5 items? Ethics, I think, is one. Is that right?
I don't know right now. I can email you in the morning.
This is crazy.
Yes, it is one of them. We brought that back up, though.
Okay. Ethics is not one of the 5.
No, I mean, it could have been one of the 5, but we brought that back up.
Okay. What else is there? I honestly don't know.
Legal counsel, which I was just reminded was tabled.
Use of legal counsel.
Correct.
What else?
I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry.
Sandy, night, I can't remember right.
Yeah.
There were policies for, it was a number. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Sandy. I feel like they've come on and come off and come on and come off, and I've
Okay.
written up all these
All right.
questions about them, and
All right, I'd like them, I'm not going to act like I'm more important than I am. I'm one citizen out of almost 29,000. At some point, I'll figure it out. I'll go back and listen. I'll ask somebody
I
else.
will email you in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like, you need to answer me immediately. All right,
San-
I can ask the town manager. And then will be the natural discussion as to why. Why do we not want to have an ethics policy? You don't need to answer it. It's a rhetorical question right now. Right now it is, because it's really late. I'm going to turn into a pumpkin shortly. I already have. Why would we not want to have an ethics? And all we have to do is turn to our neighboring towns, like I said on the last topic. What are other towns doing? We're not that special. We like to think we're different and special.
So
but
we do have one. This was a revision to one, and we did bring it up just so we didn't.
Okay.
That one didn't remain.
why do we not want to have whatever the other 5 things are? So it's a rhetorical question. It's weird. It's just weird to be tabling things. It's weird to be so far behind on so many things. Ron, I about fell off my couch. Summer hours. Nobody has.
Christine.
Summer hours. When you're so far behind. Thankfully, you didn't do it. I had previously been thinking, I don't know, you guys are all going to shoot me, maybe even the town manager. You should be meeting 3 times a month.
agreed.
There's too much work. We're a town of 29,000 people and a budget of whatever it is. You're not keeping up. And I don't mean to say this next sentence as a mean thing, but it's very clear people are showing up without having read material. Because there's too much material because you have full-time jobs. It happens to all of us once in a while. But when people consistently come and have very strong opinions about things they haven't read.
15 seconds.
Thank you. I don't mind when you say 5 minutes. I have no problem with that. I usually set my own watch. So I have no problem with that. 5 minutes, understood. But you need more meetings, not less meetings. And we need to be counselor done. Every single person is an equal on this committee, even if it's a 3-2 split. Everybody deserves the same starting point of information every single day. Every single meeting. Time. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sandy.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to address something that Sandy said. Just so you're aware, Sandy, the Administrative Code, Chapter 4, Administrative Code, Chapter 10, TS 101, Cash Management Policy, Chapter 15, Fees for Schedules, TC 103, Traffic Management Policy, Chapter 152, Traffic Code, Fire Prevention Code Chapter, Fund Balance Policy, and the Debt Management Policy. Those are all things that we were scheduled to be looking at that have all been kicked down the road, unknown when they're going to be addressed. I can tell you that when Mr. Mulholland got hired, he and I had a conversation when he was still up north, and I told him my concern about the traffic in this community. And before he was even here, he provided me with a copy of a traffic management policy. When he got here, he presented that to the council. We have never addressed that. That has been shelved.
Part of the reason, by the way, I'll just jump into that.
I know, but just, I know.
Part of the reason is because it's so politically polarized, you're not getting the work of the town done, which is the same thing another woman said in a different way. Because you're arguing and investigating and doing legal maneuvers and whatever's going on in the background, I don't know what it is. I'm not plugged in. I'm not part of any faction in town. But it's obvious as a plain, ordinary citizen, and you're not getting the work of the town done.
And traffic has been a priority for a lot of people in this community. But
We can see it clear as day, guys.
yes,
It's weird.
thank you.
Richard, you've been very patient.
Hey, I don't go to bed till 2, so. All right. Got quite a few things, but let's start with the town clerk thing. What was disturbing is not what you said, Dan, or what Deb said. This three-way, I talked to the state over the last 10 years about this and have been ignored by the town councils over those 10 years. There's three ways to adjust the pay or set her pay. A percentage of the fees, actually four that the state told me. A warrant article, if you're the old style town meeting, you can vote, try to discuss it and vote on it at the town meeting, or because we are a charter SB2 town, it can be done by the council, but it has to be done in public. It cannot be done behind closed doors. The question was asked to the town manager, had there been raises in the past? There has. It was never done correctly. I brought that up year after year after year after year, and just do the math of who the town clerk is and who was running the board at the time. It was always buried in the budget, and that's the way it was. Well, you have to put it in the budget so that if you vote on giving whatever position a raise, it's in the budget. Because this said 82, whatever it is, doesn't mean you had to give that. On top of that, after you get the answers to the questions I asked about the legality of the warrant articles, because it's a budgetary item and there were no numbers in it, as Dan brought up and as Deb brought up, you got budgeted $55,837 in benefits on top of the $11,000 you just gave. That's pretty hefty. And I think the numbers weren't put in the warrant article because if people saw a number of $55,000, they would think differently voting upon it. So this is how you bury stuff so it doesn't look the way it should look. So I'm going to say it the way it is. Voting this in, you didn't do any favors for the people of this town. If she didn't get a review raise, whatever you want to call it, and actually this wasn't down as a raise. This was down as a adjustment. Look at you got the same papers I got. Look at the pay change. It doesn't say step increase, merit increase, it says other. It's an adjustment. All right? It's not how you do business. If it got missed those years, you know why it got missed? Because the council didn't do what they're supposed to do. Town manager shouldn't have been involved in it. That's why I said something to him. It's not his position. It's an elected position because it's not an employee. It's an elected position. Town manager's also told me that there is no legal avenue by which she can be the department head. But nothing's been done about that in a year either, and the state told me the same thing. All right? Because she's an elected official. Do you have a contract if you give her these, like you should, if you give her these benefits, if it comes out that these are legal, that she's required to work 40 hours a week? Because right now she can work whatever she wants, 1 hour a year if she wants. All right? You got a schedule of vacations? Do you have a schedule of anything? This is all pretty basic. And I've talked to people about this and nothing gets done with it. I've been talking about this for at least 10 years. And it just, more of this, kick down the road. We don't want to deal with it. I have the numbers. I looked them up. They're right on the website. All right? So you guys, I want to know when we're going to get the answer to these. And I don't want a legal opinion. I want the law. Because as has been said, and as anybody will tell you, get 10 attorneys, you'll get 10 different answers, potentially. But I know what the law is and how it was supposed to be done because I talked to the state at least a half a dozen times over the years, and I got the same explanation every time. Not done. The fact that TM Sean put it in the budget, yeah, that's fine. That's not illegal because you have to have the money there if you vote it in. Otherwise, you don't have any money to give them. Right? I'm a pain in the ass, and I know it. And quite frankly, don't care. But come on, people. I talk to a lot of people, and it's the same thing.
5 seconds.
They won't even bother coming to these meetings because things aren't getting done. So I want to know when you're going to have the answers, and because otherwise it'll be 6 months from now. Because I'm not so sure you can do what you're doing. According to the state, you can't.
Okay. Thank you, Richard.
No, I had plenty more.
Oh.
I only have 5 more minutes.
Good evening, sir.
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. Getting back to the big topic, what are we going to do with this complaint? Because I heard basically everyone just say, well, adjourn the meeting and walk out. Everyone sees what's going on. The games being played are ridiculous. I've been to these meetings now for almost 21 years. It has never, ever been this bad. We used to have 20 or 30 people in this room. Councils would go back and forth. They would discuss stuff because it was brought up there and people ask questions. It's pretty clear that there's some preconceived, this is the way it's going to work, because some people just don't ask any questions. You know, looking at your old crib sheets, I'm supposed to vote yes, no, 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 no. It's absolutely ridiculous. You won't investigate complaints from citizens. Now you won't investigate your stuff. Obviously, the statement from Mr. Mulholland, I would say, is rather serious. But we're just going to adjourn the meeting because we don't have to do anything. I want to know. You guys, you shake your head like a bobblehead, Ron. You don't do anything.
So, Glenn, I just found out about this complaint at the same time you did. I didn't know about it beforehand. So I'd like a little bit of time to digest it and get my opinion on it and then bring it back. We never said we weren't going to talk about it. We never said we weren't going to bring it back. I literally just learned about it the same exact time you did.
Well, when you say we're going to bring something back, that means you're never going to hear from it again. We will never bring it up. You can look at the schedule and you can tell that the 12 things or whatever that were put on hold, they're never going to come up. Because once we hit budget season, that's all we're going to hear. And again, the fact that you guys are actually, let's do summer session and not really do anything, I guess you could do summer session because 3, you don't want to do anything. You guys ought to shut off your computers and pay attention.
Mr. Douglas, I'd like to address something with you. We've received complaints in the past. We haven't sat on it. We acted on it right away and said we're going to investigate. We didn't have to, sit there and digest it for 2 weeks and see what we were going to do. This is clear to me. When I'm reading it, this is a violation of our charter, and it should be investigated.
I mean, it was brought up several times. Anyone that's going to come here, I mean, you had Jeff Penta, who does work his butt off. He's actually now thinking, do I really want to do this anymore?
Exactly.
Yep.
You have people on Facebook, really important you come to this meeting. Why bother? It's going to be a 3-2 vote, and we know how it's going to go. No one is going to want to come work here. We need a new, I don't know what we're going to fill, deputy town
Director
manager.
of Planning and Development.
Yeah.
Well, I know she has 2 titles, and I know there was some discussion about changing something. Who is going to want to come here? It's embarrassing because they're going to work for you guys. And I hear we have a toxic environment. We absolutely do. And it's coming from up here. It feeds down. I'm probably going to be crucified tomorrow by some people's favorite little Facebook page, because I've been called an asshole, a scumbag, and I have no right to inflict the pain of Londonderry on Londonderry, because I'm a masshole. And I probably broke some rules here, but clearly people are just plain bored that you have to sit here. I think there should be some, and I said it before, there should be some people that should resign. You are not working for Londonderry. People come up and say the same thing over and over and over, and we hear, we're listening to the people. No. You guys are probably playing Candy Crush on your
Glenn, I just want to make a point. We actually investigated anonymous complaints, and got results and wanted to put the results out to make sure that the complaints that were out there, the people got their names cleared. Spent X amount of dollars on doing an investigation on an complaint that was unfounded. It shouldn't have been done to begin with. And they don't even want to give out the results. So we just basically, excuse my French, we piss through, again, more money. As you heard a man earlier, I just moved here. I'm going to have to leave.
How can you investigate when the town council never voted to investigate?
They investigated.
Question still stands. How do you investigate when the town council didn't vote to investigate?
Because one individual decided that
And I
to have an
have
investigation.
copies of the legal bills, and I'll go back through them tonight because I don't remember seeing that stuff in there. So is there another legal firm that you're using besides what, Finney and Sweeney, that you guys are talking to? You don't talk to any other attorneys?
Oh, they do.
We're just not going to discuss it right now. Yes. But yes.
Okay. I'm going to put in 90 in there right now for every attorney that you guys are talking to. And I want the legal bills.
Anybody else? Wow, you've been very patient.
Janet Hoodalaw, 5 Stony Point Drive. This is not my first town council or town to be involved in. I've lived in about 5. I don't share the same hostility or shock that there's a 3-2 oftentimes in here, and that the minority, given elections speak for themselves, spoke. So I'm not shocked at this. I do think that there can be definitely better communication, and I know there's things that happen in the background that councils deal with that they can't talk about, so it looks like one way from other people's perspectives. I've had friends who have been town managers. I've worked with about 5 or 6 of them. So I know how things can work and how things can go awry, and I'm just sharing that because tonight's been very difficult, I'm sure, on all of you. Not shocked at the charges and how they can come about. I also wanted to say that I had a stint that I worked for a time in the town clerk's office. And my concern is not for personalities of the past. I'm looking forward, and I tend to be a problem solver. I'm concerned that it is an elected position, and we get somebody new in there that runs, just gets elected, and they could do what they're worried that Sherry Farrell does, but Sherry Farrell does not spend little time. She spends a lot of time involved. I've worked with her in elections. Sometimes it's a 24-hour effort. So, and she works very hard. No complaints, and everybody works with it, and a lot of volunteers, the town moderator as well. So that position, we do need to be competitive. It is a job, okay? It is an absolute job, and it involves a lot, and it is a complicated structure we have here. That's the one thing I've noticed, because I'm 26 years here in town, and I've had to get knowledgeable about our structure, our town structure. It's so different, and we are at a crossroads. I think I've said this before at town meetings. We're at a bridge. We're too big for our small town structure now. We got too big of a population. There's some things that need to be amended, like the town elections. We have 3 supervisors of the checklist, and they're dealing with 16 to 18,000, just depends on whether it's a presidential election or not. And there's a lot of work involved in that, and we need more people. You know, the 3 were fine for 10,000. We were pushing it at 12. And our structure needs to be adjusted. We're growing. And it's time to look at that. Whether you all agree and you have arguments, I don't like saying it really. You are not the worst I've seen in behavior, okay? In disagreement. It's been difficult. But you do need to work. Like I said, my dream is that you work for the best, and when you don't always agree on issues, I don't know, I've been married for 58 years. My husband and I still don't think alike, and we still don't agree on things, okay? So that's an impossible expectation. And I don't expect it of any of you. But I do expect you to respect each other and not talk bad about each other and not have the town surprised. If the town manager is working with the town councilor, they should have talked. And they should have been the first ones to talk about what was going on. And you all should have meetings together. So, thank you.
Thank you.
You let me go first this time? Thank you. Just a quick housekeeping thing and a minor correction. Somebody said that the planning board is short-staffed. I think what meant to be said was the planning department will be short-staffed. Planning board lost an alternate member who resigned. Okay? You only need 5 members, so there's 11 now instead of 12 or whatever. Anyway, but I was talking to Kirsten tonight about the possibility of somehow having the planning board chair weigh in on who you will nominate. And I say it that way because in the past, that kind of has been done. Probably not legal. I don't know, what the whole thing was. And the reason for that is, for example, the person who just resigned was a specialist in wastewater, public works, that kind of thing. And so if you have 2 people, right, that apply, and the chair says, geez, one of those guys has wastewater and we kind of need that. Or it could be a simple thing as, you know what, the majority of the planning board lives in the north end of town. We need a person that lives in the south end of town. You have 3 candidates. One of them lives in the south end of town. Let's put that person in, all things being equal. So just a thought moving forward to figure out a way how we can let the planning board chair's opinion be known on who you have for applicants and who the planning board would like or not. Just keep that in your mind because you don't have much else to do. So.
I'm going to be wicked quick so you can get out before midnight. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive. Just for the record, since it was brought up that there were only 5 things moved, the Administrative Code Chapter 4 was supposed to be addressed on 6-1, and that's been taken off the agenda. The Administrative Code Chapter 10, also on 6-1, that's gone. The TC Cash Management Policy was for 6-15, that's gone. Keep track, that's 3. Chapter 15 Fee Schedule was for 6-15, that's gone. Traffic Management Policy for 8-3, gone. Traffic Code for 8-3, gone. Financial Management Policy was supposed to have, I don't have the date, but then you have the Fire Prevention Code was supposed to be on 7/20, gone. The fund balance budget for 7/6, gone. And by the way, you've already been told that you had to do that, so now you're going to have a problem when you get audited. And then the debt management policy for 7/20, gone. So that's 9, and then we can add the impact fees, the ethical policy, and the lawyer policy. Oh, and the couple that spoke, the woman that spoke when I went out there and was talking to her and her husband, they said, why don't people come to this? And I looked at him and he says, I get it. Nothing I said was heard.
Just a couple clarify a few things. Bob Slater, 1 Stonehenge Road. Young lady spoke about the library, about why you guys aren't get bids and that. As you know, I've been helping since it started over there and been eyes on it, working with the town manager. Donna's done a heck of a job. REARC has done a great job. There's been some cost savings that have stopped
$70, $80, $90,000 of extra costs coming to you guys. So they're doing their due diligence. REARC is a CM. They are pricing out 2 or 3 bids on everything that's being done. So, you know, for being an interim library director and trying to run a construction project, she's doing her due diligence for this community and the library, as well as the trustees putting things in order and with their finances, working with the town manager and that. And just to hit on, I know Dan brought up about the attorney with the school board, and I will just tell you guys, our budget for the year is $100,000. That's with 700 employees and 3,800 students. And I can tell you, I've talked to the attorney twice in 4 years as the chair. Just something to think about. And anything that goes from the attorney goes to all 5 of us. Any correspondence, get it out in front. There's no reason to not share. You're all equal power. The chair runs the meeting. That's it. Mm-hmm. Run the meeting and get the information to all 5 of you so you can have a civil conversation and move things forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with public comment? Seeing, okay, come on. Jen, you're going to bring us into midnight.
Deanna Hudala, 5 Stony Point Drive. I wanted to mention the cost for the library repair seems extensive. I did have a mold problem at my house, and it was in triple digits what the insurance would pay, but my husband and I were able to mediate it for a lot less, like $3,000 instead of $36,000, $46,000, $56,000. So look into that. And one about on budgeting, experience with that, and our equipment failures in the town, Sean Mulholland. We could have the fire department look at our buildings and give us an inventory and a status of everything that it is. It needs to be done so we're not hit with $1.5 million repair bills. And that's a possibility that saves us a little money. They're trained. They can give you an inspection. Of course, you could always ask department heads to give you an assessment of things, but still. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I will accept a motion to adjourn, but you can't go home.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion from Ted.
Second.
Second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?